marine engineer. He's also the chairman of Stars Investments Company Limited, which is a marine company whose activities include ship ownership and management, marine logistics providers, private maritime security providers, operation, maintenance, vessel servicing, and more. He is a member of the governing board of the Nigeria International Maritime Summit. Welcome, Engineer Greg. Allow me welcome the Managing Director, Nigeria Ports Authority, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, as he comes up as well. A distinguished and celebrated banker with over a decade of experience, with stints at the FSB International Bank PLC, also at Zenith Bank PLC, before moving into the public service space, where he started off as finance and administration executive director at the NPA, before, of course, now becoming the head at the helm of affairs at the NPA. Sir, welcome. Mr. Courage Obadagboyi, I hope I got it right. Thank you, sir. He's coming up. Please welcome him. He is the Chief Financial Officer at APM Terminals, Nigeria, responsible for the overall financial strategy, team leadership, and, of course, driving best practice in the core finance function, ensuring sustainable growth at his organization. Before APM Terminals, he had worked with Lafarge Africa, he had worked with Ewekoro Cement Terminal, he had worked with General Electric, IHS Towers, he has served as Commercial CFO, Finance Director, amongst others. Please welcome Mr. Courage as he takes his seat. Welcome, sir. In line with christening, last night, those of us who were at the dinner with His Excellency saw that he got new Nigerian names: Alhaji Obong Apabio Al Hassan Kitaklim. I would like to christen the next man who is coming up, because he is one of the few experts who has served in Nigeria about 4 decades. So maybe we'll call him today Mr. Mark Walsh Oyebode. What's his Igbo name now? Would give me an Igbo name. Chukuma. Somebody said Chukuma. Yes, give me Hausa name. Ahmed. Yes, because you can't have stayed in Nigeria this long with such sterling work, and we would not christen you. Please welcome Mr. Mark Walsh as he comes up. He's the Executive Director Ports at ENL Consortium, where he has been since ENL started practice and work at the ports in 2006. And he has been a valuable resource to ENL and to indeed the rest of us in Nigeria and the industry. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Please appreciate him. He's here again. And joining us virtually, I hope we have been able to find, if he's here, please let's have him on screen, Dr. Oyebode Oyetunde, who is, yes, there he is. He's the Executive Director for Nigeria at the Africa Development Bank. He's an expert in finance, fiscal policies, legal matters. He has served as Senior Special Assistant to the President and more, and we are delighted to have his interventions here today. Madam Chair, before I hand over to you, can we celebrate Dr. Oyebode Oyetunde and confirm that he hears us and we can hear him? I'm not sure it's possible for him to stay still that long. It must be that it's frozen. Can we confirm what's happening? While we do that, Madam Chair, I hand over to you, ma'am. Please welcome our session chair.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's extremely delighted to be here with you. And on this auspicious day where we are going to be discussing, this is day 2 of the summit. I'm delighted to be here. And I hope that our last panelist, Dr. Oyebode Oyetunde, is actually available. Can the organizers please confirm so that we know we have a complete panel this morning? So, but to start off, I think, and to settle everyone down, I think that it's important that we sort of appreciate the panel of discussants that we have here. This is a very, very powerful panel, as you can see. And I'll invite you to look at page 19 of your programs, where you will see the profiles of these excellent gentlemen and why we know that the topic we're going to be discussing, financing maritime assets, ports and shipyards, will be thoroughly interrogated. So, in no particular order, I know we have invited the panelists up and there has been some short introduction, but I will just basically like to set out who they are. In no particular order, we have engineer Greg Yu Ugbefun. He's the chairman of Stars Marine and Engineering Limited. He's also the chairman CEO of Stars Investments Company Limited, a marine company whose activities include ship ownership and management, marine logistics providers, private maritime security providers, operation and maintenance of vessels servicing the offshore oil industry in Nigeria. He's a qualified marine engineer with a first-class combined certificate of competency and an associate member of the Institute of Marine Engineers. There's so much more to Engineer Biafun, but please appreciate him once again. Thank you. We have also, I've kept him very close to me, our landlord regulator, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, who is the MD MPA, was appointed by President Muhammad Buhari as Executive Director of Finance Administration of the MPA, a role he held with distinction until May 2020, when he was appointed Acting Managing Director, and in February 2022, he was confirmed as the Managing Director of MPA by the President. Mr. Bello Koko is a fellow of both the Association of the National Accountants in Nigeria and the Institute of Strategic Management. Is also a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management and has attended several domestic and international trainings. As Executive Director of MPA, Executive Director of Finance and Administration of MPA, you know that he knows where the bones are buried and where those bones can be removed from. So please welcome him once again. Thank you. We have Mr. Courage Obadogboyin. He is the Chief Financial Officer, APM Terminals Nigeria, and is responsible for the overall financial strategy, team leadership, and driving best practice in the core finance function, as well as in sustainable financial growth in a compliant manner across the APMT portfolio in Nigeria. Mr. Obadogboyin is an accounting graduate of the Federal Polytechnic, Auchi, and holds an MBA from the Jack Welch Management Institute, as well as a certificate in strategic financial analysis from Harvard Business School. So we know that we know about money when we are talking about Mr. Obadogboyin. So we have finally Mr. Mark Walsh. You see his profile on page 20 of your program. And he is the Executive Director of Ports ENL Consortium. Mr. Mark, as he's fondly called, joined ENL in 2006, the same year ENL commenced port operations. He has been a major driving force in the success of the port operations. He has helped grow ENL from a young company to a leader in the port operations business in Nigeria. Prior to joining ENL, he was Group Managing Director, Group General Manager of Aero Maritime Group of Companies, which includes Browell Shipping and Bako Liner. With over 3 decades of Nigerian business experience, he is indeed a great asset and addition to our ports operation. He holds a BSc in accounting and is one of the few expatriates having up to 4 decades experience in port and shipping operation in Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. Mark Walsh. Do we have Dr. Oyetunde with us yet? Because he was with us a few minutes ago. All right, we'll wait for him to join us. Sorry? Okay. Dr. Yetunde.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. So, you're welcome, Dr. Yetunde. He is the Executive Director for Nigeria at the African Development Bank. He is a fiscal development expert and a PhD holder from Queen Mary and Westfield College, University of London, and has a law and accounting master's degree from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Dr. Yetunde was the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Finance and Fiscal Policy, as well as legal matters in the Office of the Chief of Staff to President. He was also Special Advisor Fiscal Policy to the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, where he provided technical support in macroeconomic, fiscal policy, taxation, and other aspects of public financial management. He's a chartered accountant, he's a lawyer, and I think he might be all things to all of us today. So thank you very much, Dr. Yetunde, for being here. It would have been nice to have seen you personally, but I think virtually is just as well. You look larger than life, so thank you. Please welcome Dr. Yetunde. So the format that we have a number of presentations by 2 or 3 of our panelists. The topic is financing maritime assets, ports, and sea shipyards. Why is this important? When we talk about shipping, when we talk about maritime industry in Nigeria, a lot of people are focused on shipping, cargo, trade, maritime transport. But there's so much more to shipping. There's so much more to the maritime industry. It's a huge part of our economy. There's a lot of complaints that's not been driven properly and that more can be done. And port services is just one aspect of the maritime industry, but it is also a very, very critical aspect because it's a great economic driver. It also maximizes opportunities for employment and jobs, and there's so much that happens in ports. So we'll hear about that, and of course shipyards. Shipyards are also an integral part of the maritime industry. It is not as visible as it should be in Nigeria. We have a huge coastline. There's so much to do. Yesterday, somebody was talking about our internal lakes as well. So these are really important issues that we want to try to interrogate today, especially as regards financing the infrastructure around these services. So I will first of all understand that Mr. Mark Walsh, you have a presentation. Can we have his presentation up? So we'll have Mr. Mark's presentation, which gives a broad overview of certain things we want to talk about. Mr. Ogwefo has a presentation as well, a short one, I believe. You do? Okay. And I think Mr. Dr. Yetunde has a presentation as well. So we'll start with Mr. Mark's presentation on project financing. Thank you. Whichever. You can sit there or you go up. All right, thank you.
Again, welcome everyone here to this event. It's a very important event. I mean, igniting the blue economy. It's something that, I mean, when most people look at the businesses in the shipping side, everyone looks at just vessels. They think, okay, shipping is only vessels. But when you look at shipping in Nigeria, okay. Yeah, and so when you look at shipping in Nigeria, it's an area where there are so many different businesses that are attached to it. When you look at ship chandling, you look at fishing, you look at so many different areas, but everyone just concentrates and looks at ships. And here in Nigeria, I mean, mainly they look at LNG and oil coming out of this country. The thing is that there's a lot more to it, and we've got to look at all the different areas. The area that I work in is the port area, so I'll speak a little bit about that. But let me start. Introduction is, over the years, Nigeria has neglected the actual maritime sector in general. It's a multi-million-dollar sector waiting to be ignited. We must develop this new blue economy. We cannot allow funding to be done by individuals and private companies out of their available profits. We need to find new ideas on how to do financing. In countries around the world, the government, by the way of strategic policies and procedures, builds infrastructure in and around the port. Nigeria, in the past few years, has been trying to improve the following infrastructures: the roads, the rail, and the seaports. But there's still a lot more to be done, and especially in the area of the seaports. This is where innovative ideas of financing come into play. I'll bring up a few ideas that we can discuss over the panel's full discussion. Okay, the next one is what is project financing? Because project financing is the funding and the financing of long-term infrastructure and industrial projects and private services using a non-recourse or limited recourse financial structure. The debt and the equity used to finance the project is paid back by the cash flow generated by the project that is been made. Project financing is a loan structure that relies primarily on project cash flow for repayment. With this project's assets, rights, and interests are held in a secondary collateral state. The project financing is especially attractive to the private sector because companies can fund major projects off their balance sheets. The history of project finance. Project finance has been around since the 13th century. It's not something new, and it's not something we're just inventing now. It was used widespread in the 1930s when banks and other financial institutions began providing unsecured term loans for the oil and gas projects and projects with significant growth prospects. The project finance mechanism has improved over the years, and financial institutions have specifically improved loan collateral and investment projects due diligence to improve the security of the financing. This has been a positive impact for fund requirement and availability of funds for borrowing in the 21st century as a hedge. This is the era of project finance. This method of financing is increasingly employed for capital-intensive investments with a long payback period as the construction and the modernization of the seaport, cargo terminals, and port infrastructure is. The concept of financing the seaport has undergone profound changes, driven by growing cost of buildings, maintaining the ports, terminals against the backdrop of rapid progress and competition. Shipping companies will no longer include multi-million-dollar infrastructure developments in their financial plans because they can't afford it nowadays. A desire on the part of the sponsors, the people that are building the ports, is to have a consolidated project debt that's not on their balance sheet. This, of course, depends on the accounting and legal requirements applicable to each sponsor. There may be genuine desire on the part of sponsors to share some of the risk of these largest projects with others. It may be in the case of some smaller companies, their balance sheets are not simply strong enough to be able to raise the type of funds needed to finance these type of projects. And on their own way, that they can't receive the necessary financing on their own to project financing basis. A sponsor may be constrained in its ability to borrow the necessary funds for projects, either through financing covenants, corporate loan documents, and borrowing restrictions of the governing documents. So financing benefits that terminals and seaports will get from doing project financing. There are a lot of advantages to the participants in this playbook, allowing them to quickly implement cash or capital-intensive projects with minimal risk. Below is the table indicating the main characteristics of the investment process carried out on the basis of project financing and the impact of these projects' structure and cost. High leverage. Project finance provides an average of 75% of the borrowed funds. for the construction of the port infrastructure. So that means that 75% of the money will be provided from outside, so that the companies that are doing this business, it's not a total drain on their financial situation. Because often it's the attitude that you'd have to put up 85% to be able to actually do the cost of fundings, like for the amount and the length of time that you have to do to build a port. Project, and also the high cost of financing. Project financing deals are more complex than bank lending. A variety of risk, along with the need to identify and analyze them, posed massive challenges to the asset security. And this in turn resists the high cost of borrowing compared to the alternative financial arrangements. Project documentation. The return of borrowed funds is possible only through the use of funds generated during the operation of the seaport and its infrastructure. This gives a length of time for most of these companies to, if you use this project financing, you can have those funds put aside through this way, so that you have the funds available to you over the period of development. And then when the development finishes, that's when you start to refund and pay the loans back. It's a long period of preparation. As often as that several years to obtain the permits and attract financial resources to start and carry out investment work. Additional safeties for lenders and investors. To cover investment costs, sponsors must create appropriate security packages, approved by the investors and the lenders. The main measures in this context are government guarantees, bank guarantees, third-party guarantees, guarantees against political risk, long-term contracts for provisions of logistics services, insurance, and etc. Debt repayment. The return of the funds is possible through the use of funds generated by the operations of the seaport and the infrastructure. There are several different structures available to sponsors for this purpose. The most common structures are the joint venture and other similar unincorporated associations, a partnership, a limited partnership, and an incorporated body such as a limited company. The advantage of using project financing instruments for construction and modernization of the port are due to the special operational structure associated with the special purpose vehicle, the SPV. Below is a typical type of investment project carried out with direct participation or controlled by the state or government in a relevant construction of seaports and strategic infrastructure. In practice, each project is unique, and the project financing participants may have several roles than one to pay. For example, a company can be a shareholder and also a lender. So if you look at the chart on this page, next slide, as you look at the special PV is set up. Once that special PV is set up, you have sponsors, you have lenders, you have contractors, you have the government on one side, shareholders and suppliers. In this area there, you have all these different people that are sharing the risk. It's not just the sponsor, the person that is doing the new terminal or the work inside the port. You have other people sharing the risk with him. So it gives an advantage to that company. And it's key. And so the special purpose vehicle is a key link to the organizing financing of large off-balance projects. The SPV provides reliable organizational, financial, and legal isolation of the project from the assets of the initiator. After achieving goals of the project, when the construction, port, and infrastructure, and the purchase of the new equipment, and the special project company must pay off the debt, after which then the SPV is no longer needed and it is exited. And the organization forms of the SPV may differ from project to project. Factors influencing the choice and structure of the project companies, the number of project initiators and their goals, legal regulations in the host country, as well as the country's SPV registration. Method of project financing and access of fund sources, and financial health and initiators and other participants. As a rule, the best solution is to create a joint stock company, but in some justified cases, the forms may be more profitable. The advantage of joint stock companies is a significant limitation in the recourse to shareholders. In addition, joint stock companies provide a more transparent ownership structure that protects against the influence of one project participant in the activities of the SPV. On the other hand, other types of companies may be more beneficial when it comes to tax matters and obligations to disclose business information. Regardless, the chosen form of SPV, financing the construction of seaports through special project companies, gives initiators a number of advantages by separating their core activities from the risk and the debt of the new capital-intensive project. The traditional models of financing transport infrastructure investments is based on public funds. A key modern trend in the financing projects and construction and modernization of seaports in Western Europe is the transfer of contracts and ownership of port infrastructure from state entities or the government or municipalities to private capitalists, which proves to be effective in the implementation of such project in a competitive environment. In order to ensure that the port infrastructure does not lose its public character, the development in accordance with the general directives of the state economic policies, financing mechanisms based on private and public-private partnerships begin to gain more popularity in the construction and the expansion of the port infrastructure. The PPE projects are actually used more today. I think that's more like we have here in Nigeria to an extent. They are various forms of cooperation with the private sector on temporary managing infrastructure financing and co-capital intensive projects. In conclusion, Nigeria needs sustainable development of the maritime sector in all the many different areas, not just the ports, not just shipbuilding, not just ship channeling, not just fishing. It needs it in all the areas, and we need to make sure that that is done. And the purpose of the summit is to study the financial and investment processes that are required to ensure a complete development of the Nigerian maritime industry through the modernization of its infrastructure, which in turn improves the domestic economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. I think that was an excellent presentation. Clearly, it gives us some overview as to what sort of financing models are available and what, as operators, they have considered. And of course, the key issue is that we need to actually ensure that our maritime industry is indeed an economic driver, and we have a lot of work to do to that. So, Mr. Mark, thank you very much indeed. I don't know if Dr. Yetunde's presentation is ready, whether he's able to present, because he will give us some, from the development partners' side, what kind of financing or investment or support that the development sector can provide. If it's not ready, I'll just go on to the panelists to sort of throw out some questions. I will do a first round of questions, and then thereafter throw out some questions as there will be a Q&A session at the end. Oh, Dr. Yebode is here. Dr. Yebode, are you there? Dr. Yetunde, are you there?
I am.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, excellent.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. We can. Please go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me switch off my visual so I get audible, so that the internet connection doesn't come up. Thank you so much for the organizing, inviting me to this very important event and summit. Apologies, I'm not the person I had planned to be, but some of us have bosses and Boston to a region, so we had to come on the stage. As David started, I'm executive director of Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of South principally on the boards of African banking in I am a lawyer, have an accountant, and have to the bank, and have done a lot to protect tax fiscal policy and legislative support for the government's current administration. So, some of my questions in that context. I was also co-chair of the National Development Plan 2021-2025, drafting and communications committee. So, the co-chair of the entire NSG. And what I wanted to do in the presentation is just to lay out what our aspirations are currently in our national development plan, how those relate to where we want to go in terms of a truly modern multi-modal transportation sector that has a very strong pillar in Maritime. And then now for some questions out there in terms of alternative forms of financing resources, what innovation elsewhere we need to get to this area. I understand we've got 15 minutes, so I'll try and get to that time. So we have a national development plan that was launched recently. It took over the economic recovery and growth plan of the President of the administration. The mission of the plan is all there. Can set up policies, if it requires. But moving on to the next slide, just want to focus on some of the issues that are faced when we're drafting the national plan. And who are asking why the plan, what's into the achievement of the economic recovery growth plan, what is different about this plan. And we really had to sit down and try and focus on areas that we're going to make a difference in Nigeria going forward. And highlight some of them in different colors: green economy, climate change, fossil fuels, of course. The top panel right so that men towards finishing line. You've got the budget issues around security, regional integration, that's also infrastructure, particularly infrastructure. And then the others have to the economy, the plans, trying to tie them together. Moving on to the next slide. Various issues that have been achieved or weren't achieved in the last time, and the urgency is trying to ensure that going forward in this medium-term development plan, we should be able to move into a place where we're on a better growth trajectory, coming out of the COVID-19 recession, and of course now economic turbulence on the back of the Russia-Ukraine war, rising in the interest rates, trying to rein in rapidly galloping away inflation globally at home as well. Previous development plans, to the next slide, had been different strategies, but under, to the next slide, under the one after this, let's move to the next slide. Under the current national development plan, our focus was to try to unlock and reach Nigeria's potential, and trying to ensure the right investments are made in our greatest resources of people, trying to strengthen the ability of our people to lift themselves and their families and communities out of poverty by creating good job, good and enduring job opportunities, creating limited jobs, etc. And all this is all very well. But moving on to the next slide, we now focus on 6 themes. And here we got economic growth and development, of course, natural resources, agriculture, processing, manufacturing, distribution, maritime as well, oil and gas, creative industry. But then under the bucket of 2 infrastructure, this is where we're focused on transportation. And I believe multimodal transport systems. And then of course we've got other sides, public education, social development. So this is a framework of the plan. This is the 6 thematic areas. Just trying to situate the plan's direction in terms of travel for transportation, as I said, particularly maritime transportation and substance. So if you go to the next slide, the plan then sort of delves down to sort of where we are and where we want to. Now, I hope these numbers have changed a little bit since we launched the plan earlier in the year. But seaport is still congested. We're still struggling to connect our ports and our roads and rail to move freight in and flow to the ports of the Netherlands, trying to ensure that we have better use of our navigable routes and the inland waterways are better threaded, available for maritime transportation. Deep seaports congested by maritime ports exposed various parts of the country better than I being in this sector. And of course, the transport parts of the railroad is very important to try liberate and free up congestion of ports and also ensure that there's fast movement of freight going to and fro. We have Ibom deep sea ports, you've got Lebanon ports, all based on various models of public-private partnership in terms of how these are financed and developed. You have, of course, Dangote, his refinery, fertilizer plants, they have small jets, but they're there for their own funds to set up. They're still working on that facility. But essentially, under the plan, this is the direct from the plan, we're looking to implement a process of upgrading infrastructure to make the ports west and central Africa, leveraging the continental trade area protocols and opportunities, and trying to ensure bring the right amount of investment in security, safety, technology, and systems, particularly IT systems, to help modernize ports and decongest deliver cargo and improve the contribution of maritime sector to our overall multimodal transport solutions with the plan. Now, another plan, moving to the next slide. The several targets, tactics, outcomes, they all set out there, and we all wait to see. But the question is how to finance this at this difficult times when economies are struggling, capital is flowing back to the West because of high interest rates running out cheap, quantitative, easy money that's been in capital markets for some time, trying to reduce inflation impacting us as developing countries, particularly in South Africa, is that loans are getting harder to structure, interest rates are going up, terms and conditions of lending are getting more rigorous, and projects that have marginal economics are now rapidly coming back. So, going forward, it's very difficult to see how projects that do not have really strong economics or some sort of state support to sort of mitigate and reduce the risk of our project will struggle to find sustainable funding in these very difficult certain waters we're beginning to send on the back of the chocolate economy globally at home. And I think this is one of the issues raised by Mark in his presentation, project finance and how that has been tool unlocked some value. But I will try to list the issues now also. So looking at the targets, developing deep seaports, 5 million targets, making investments, increasing waiting time, increasing input, dealing with issues around destination shipment, full implementation of WTO trade facilitation agreement, enhancing security and safety, trying to ensure it's more efficient, modernized, and trying to ensure compliance with local international maritime standards and protocols to ensure that we're calm with internationally able to stay connected with global systems. Now, in this regard, it's quite asked, if you stay with this slide, that I believe that Mr. Finance, the slide. Yes, thank you. I represent Minister of Finance of Nigeria as what we call our government of Nigeria. So while I think after the government and represent Nigeria, I represent the Finance Minister of Nigeria as and she's actually been with us at the time, commissioning scanners and passport with the Nigerian Customs Service. These are qualified investments the Ministry of Finance has trying to provide in terms of modernizing, trying to let the single window reform, trying to push to access. But I will now digress into another type of transportation where we're familiar with Ministry of Finance and has been just want to pick up some key themes and lessons. We're quite highlighted innovative structures put together to fund road transportation, which could be modeled for funding marine transportation, given the scale, the amount of funds involved, the hard construction nature of the works, and also sometimes the long period it takes for these projects to get underway and to use properly. So, what we did in the Ministry of Finance for the last 2 years, trying to fund road infrastructure to move to the next level, was realizing that we can't do it all.
Dr. Yetunde, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm hoping you can round up in the next 2 minutes, please.
I will. Yes, I will.
Thank you.
So what we did is we had a scheme whereby we got the private sector to co-invest with government in building critical transport infrastructure, roads, bridges, etc. And what we did is we asked them to put their funds build investment assets, and we gave them back by way of tax credits. So for instance, moving to the next couple of slides, MTN on a short express, they're their money, but we're going to use it back in tax rebates. So if we spend $100 million, we'll give them back cash $100 million in their money taxes. And that's how that was built. Down the next slide, spending almost $100 billion over the next couple of years, building areas with cement, the Papa Georgia Express. That was built and what it helps to risk the investment because if they co-finance working with the private sector consortium, putting money down, they realize when to get cash from these projects, and as a result, they're going to reduce the burden of this over companies. So part of it is actually paid by the taxpayer, and that's also the directive fiscal to help make these projects go back that otherwise would not be able to be completed. Moving to the next slide, this is precisely what we want to do with bridge project, LNG alongside the 7th project, and this is of course cost about 200 million naira for the next couple of years. So these other projects, these are the stakeholders, which is the last slide. What I think about there is some lessons learned in terms of doing this for trying to see that kind of replicated for ports and other critical infrastructure to the very nice. And I think the important takeaway is yes, public-private partnership, the one thank you. Public-private partnerships cannot institutions working across the public-private spaces, but you have to be very adept and innovative how you structure the transaction structure, program structure, to release that. There's going to be a lot of identification, management, risks, and also trying to ensure that actors as economic incentives have the right to but when challenging economic circumstances that we have currently have you're able to respond dynamically to align yourself with economic realities, ensure that the actors still behave in the way that you incentivize. So I might speak a bit more less what it means for your current discussion, but thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyetunde. That was a powerful, powerful visual presentation of what we can be doing in terms of financing some of these assets we're talking about. I think we have a presentation from STARS. Can we put it up very quickly, please? Then when we have the presentations going, then we can actually get into the context of the discussion, which is how we're going to finance these maritime assets, the ports, and of course, shipyards. Do we have a presentation for STARS? No? Yes. Mr. Ogwefon. All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We have Mr. Ogwefon on the floor now. Thank you. Please appreciate him. Thank you.
I would like to thank Nims and the Federal Ministry of Transportation for making this event a reality. It's an opportunity to hear from some of us who've been out there doing things that are unique to us. Professionally, a marine engineer. So the question is, how do I find myself in this particular situation of financing ports or ships? So as a marine engineer, I came back to Nigeria after my training, and I was working for a British firm, and during that period I was accredited as an international class surveyor. So on most of our station work, which we are usually offshore, as a surveyor I found out that most of the ships working in the oil and gas most of the ships that were working in the oil and gas sector offshore, for the most minute underwater repair requirement, they had to leave this country. And at that time, I'm talking about the 80s, they had to leave this country to Cameroon, Abidjan, Carrera shipyards for repairs. So for an underwater work that needs only 2 days, they needed 10 days sailing time to and fro to be able to get that job done outside the country. So that got me thinking, if we could establish a repair yard that can meet the needs of these ships, then they wouldn't need to leave the country. They will stay in country and get this job done and save the owners the cost of having to sail for 10 days and things like that. So I began on a journey to set up a shipyard. And the first idea that came to me was to start small, and we acquired this floating dock, only 500 tons lifting capacity and about 44 meters length. But to make this happen took 6 years, from me conceptualizing for its actualizing. And why 6 years? Finance. At the time, I started by identifying the need. I made a case for the need in the business plan. I was able to identify all the requirements to make it happen, and we put a cost package together where I didn't have the money. So I began to look for the money. Most of the banks in Nigeria at the time, they will say to you, Greg, you're looking for about $850,000. I'm talking about 1990, 1991. If you wanted to import stockfish, we'll give you the money because we know that in 6 months we get our money back. But this has a long payback period. So that became a challenge. I left this country, I went to the UK, I set up an office in London, hoping that giving it a foreign coloration would make it easier. They looked at me, they said, look, your idea is good, the market is there, but your government is military, high risk. So no show. I came back and I began to look for who can believe in me. And then a gentleman of blessed memory, he said, Greg, I like what you're saying. I can see the potential. I can see the impacts in the industry. I'll sow a seed of $20,000. Anyway, cut the long story short, we got investors, private investors. We put money together. Of course, I had the highest stake in there. And we bought this floating dock in Genoa, in Italy. For 1 year, I was looking for a place to operate this boat, or this floating dock in Nigeria, Port Harcourt, One to be specific. And I was told that, oh, as a Nigerian company, you cannot have a space in One, in my country, that is exclusively for foreign reserves. Listen, there is political role to play if we must successfully finance some of these private initiative projects that will impact the economy and impact the industry. There has to be political protection. I want that to be point number one. So I had to play the political game, and I insisted I was a Nigerian. Eventually, we got a space. We started the operation. And then we had to keep. The story is long. We managed to survive. No single support from the banks or even from the government. So private sector initiative, it was tough. After about 10 years, we've carried out over 800 dockings. Most of the clients began to ask for bigger capacity because of the skills we've built up, all Nigerian. And again, we embarked on an expansion plan. If you can go back to the next slide, please. The next one. Thank you. You can hold it there. So I began to, with my team, to develop this initiative. They said, look, you need a bigger capacity. 500 tons is nowhere. So we put this together. What you have there is a system called a synchro lift. I'll show you in a video in a short while. A capacity to lift ships 150 meters long, 9,000 ton lifting capacity, with ship repair section and ship building section. Okay, so please, I'm going somewhere with respect to financing. We have to be practical so that at the end of the day, we must have some deliverables in this. Can I have the video, please? All right, you can keep going. That is the project. A little more. You can stop here now. So this is the concept. This is what we are doing in our current yard in One. Here is the floating dock, which we've acquired 20 years ago. It's going to be operating. The brown area you see is the ship lift, ship transfer facility. So it picks up the vessel and it takes it to any location where you want to carry out repairs. Keep going in your clockwise direction, please. Technical. So on the left inside there is the repair bay. You can see the ship in there. And then on the right, the cover shed, stop please, is going to be the shipbuilding area. Now this facility can build ships up to 75 meters long. We are also looking at keying into the African continental free trade area and the initiative. But in doing this, the project cost was huge. We decided to ensure that we were able to guarantee that there is work to pay back the facility. We checked all the government requirements, like the environmental impact assessment requirements. We've gotten approval for all that. And now we went out to begin to look for money. That became a challenge. Ultimately, we invited Lloyd's of London to carry out a market study on this project. And they came out with a 120-page report that if this is actualized, it will be unique in the Gulf of Guinea. And it will reverse the maritime story about Nigeria and, in fact, West Africa. And then with that report, we went to the market. And an international finance company looked at us where we were stuck. We've done so much work, pre-development aspect of actualizing this. And we came to a point of now doing the detailed conceptual design to throw up the EPC, the operations, and the cost of doing that. And we're stuck. And how much did we need? $1.4 million. We didn't have that liquidity. So an international developmental finance company, equivalent to a African Development Bank, but it's not them, now came up and said, listen, what you are doing keys into their own 5-year development strategy in this sector. And as such, they were going to help us overcome that pre-developmental cost of 1.5 million. And that's where we are right now. They're putting that in place to take us to the actual cost, which is estimated to $100 to $120 million. And they said that the only condition that they will do the pre-development funding is that we'll give them an opportunity to raise the real capital and equity to make this happen. I think we should be very grateful to them for them. But now, what is the role of government in this? I will rewind a little bit. When I was operating the floating dock, year 2011, I pioneered the first Nigerian Maritime Expo, NIMAREX. We concluded NIMAREX in 2011. I went back to Port Harcourt. This was already operating a few years. And I saw a letter that His Excellency, the President of the country, has revoked the lease of our land. For no reason, we're not owing. And I investigated and I found out that some interests in the concession area didn't want Nigerian companies to. This is all documented. So I said, okay, I went back to Abuja and I met with the Honorable Minister for Transport, with whom I worked on NIMAREX. I said, Your Honorable Minister, after all the efforts that we put in to make NIMAREX work, this is the payback I get as a company. What am I going to do with that floating dock? Where am I going to take it to? All the workers, Nigerians, what are we going to do with them? He looked at it and said, look, this is not right. I said, of course it's not right. 3 months later, the same Excellency rescinded the revocation and we came back on course. Now the point here is, you can invest all the hundreds of millions of dollars and overnight a political decision can, and then you find you are in trouble. So for us in this meeting, we have to find a way, whether it's a private sector initiative or public sector initiative, of politically protecting whatever transaction or project you are embarking on. I don't know how that is going to happen, but I have a few ideas and I'm going to discuss them shortly. So we came back on course and here we are. And the international finance organization that is funding this is saying, look, what kind of assurances can we get? There's too much volatility in your environment. After all of this, how are we sure that, and I know what they are talking about. It's a rhetoric question that needs to be addressed in one way or the other. The next project I want to talk about has to do with ports. Next slide, please. Okay, 5 minutes. No, I only need 3 minutes. Thank you. Benin, Edo State, after the creation of new states and Edo was excised from Midwest, we became landlocked. And the current governor, His Excellency, decided, look, if it's possible to find a way to connect Edo State to the ocean, then it will help the economic aspiration of the state. So this became a project to start with. I was privileged to be appointed the chairman to actualize this. So what did we do? We started by looking at the environment and looking at other ports around us. And we found that some of the ports are not exactly viable for certain reasons. Sapele, for example, is gone, Burutu is shut down, Warri is struggling. And we decided that if we're going to build a regular port after the order of the existing ones, we might just join the queue of non-viable ports in the region. So we, in our study, after much due diligence, we decided to make this an agro-allied port. Now, we decided that unless you can identify your cargo, the cargo that will go through your port, then your port doesn't mean anything. So we found out that focusing on agriculture and making this port agro-allied will be the way to go. So as we speak, we've been able to identify the cargo that will be coming mainly from the northern part of the country through the basket of the country, which is the middle belt, coming down to Edo State. If we have an agro-industrial park where most of the agricultural produce can be processed, fully processed, or semi-processed before export, then that would help the agricultural activities in the area, because they will find a home where their produce will go before they are being exported. So we've put all this together, and we also decided that if we can integrate it and make it a port community rather than a port, it will make it a more efficient port, drawing from the experience from the existing ports, like the problems you have in Tinkan and Papa with trucks. So there you have a trailer park. You have a general housing area. We are going to convert it to a port smart city. That's it on the right. And 2 minutes to go. And the essence of what I'm saying is, after we put all this together, how do we fund it? And we decided that the way to go will not be for a poor state like Edo State to borrow money, but we will show viability of this project. Let the state bring all this infrastructure as their contribution, and they will attract private investors and work on a PPP. So at the end of the day, the state is not carrying the can alone, and that's exactly what we're doing for funding. And the state is going to protect it. In closing, shipyards. Perhaps the government, through the relevant agency, could support the shipyard initiative I've just shown you, from the infrastructural development, the subsurface activities. Because the land actually belongs to MPA, for instance. Everything we do in the land stays and remains for MPA. Perhaps they can support a project like this through a PPP by funding that aspect of it. And that will help the equity that will make that project a reality. And I think that's a case that can apply to any other such initiative. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogbefun. I think that was quite inspired, and we can see all the work that you've done in the sector. And I think what you have said is coming to the right ears. Somebody here is listening, and I'm sure we can move forward with that. I think that at this point, I think we're done with the formal presentations. And I think a lot of what we have heard in those presentations has set the groundwork for some of the things we want to discuss. What we have here is the overarching theme of this conference is igniting the blue economy. Blue economy has been there forever. As far as oceans have existed, there's the ocean economy, which is the blue economy. But I guess the approach now is the sustainability of that, the economic benefits of the blue economy is what the world is talking about now, no less Nigeria. And it's within that context that we want to situate this discussion I want to first of all ask, before bringing on Mr. Ogbadoboyin, who is also an operator in the sector, being a terminal operator along with Mr. Mark Walsh, I want to engage with our Oga landlord, that is the MD, MD Nigerian Ports Authority. I've kept him close to me in a way to either protect him or to be protected. So, Mr. Koko, I was reading recently that in an interview you gave sometime this year, and I'm quoting you, "We have very old ports. One of the major problems of the eastern ports is the decay in infrastructure. Tin Can Island Port is practically collapsing. Therefore, we took a holistic review of these decaying infrastructures and decided to focus our budget on the rehabilitation of the quay walls and others. We must rehabilitate Tin Can, Apapa, and other ports. What we have done was to start talking to lending agencies, but we don't intend to borrow from them, etc." So in light of that context, I'm just taking a quote that I read in an interview you gave. And I think that I'm engaged with you in the past, so I know that you are concerned. And so I want to know, and tell us, what gives you sleepless nights? I mean, how do you want to deal with this aging infrastructure issue? The ports are over 50 years old, and we know that to bring them up to speed, we have to put money into them. So in light of the legislative constraints, such as the Fiscal Responsibility Act, how do you want to find the funding to finance this particular important, critical infrastructure, being the ports? Mr. Koko. Hello.
Good morning. Let me first of all, by answering that question, let me start with where we were. Now, the MPA Act, as passed, actually gave a lot of financial, let me say, semi-autonomy and powers to the Nigerian Ports Authority. Section 15 and Section 16 and 17 of that Act actually empowered MPA to use its funds for its purpose, that is, its revenue. And one of those sections also empowered the Nigerian Ports Authority to borrow, to go and lend, either from private banks or multilateral lending agencies. In fact, Section 17 even empowered Nigerian Ports Authority to borrow from government. What it shows that in those days, there was an attempt to give a lot of autonomy to Nigerian Ports Authority for it to use its revenue for its services. Then came the Fiscal Responsibility Act that now requires that Nigerian Ports Authority should transfer 80% of its surplus to government. And then the Finance Act now came in and restricted spending to 50% of total revenue generated by Nigerian Ports Authority. So you find that gradually the ability of the port to generate revenue, invest it in rehabilitating the ports and other off-dock locations and provide marine services and equipment was being reduced. And we can all see what is happening. It means that where you have physical defects in infrastructure, rather than doing a holistic reconstruction, Nigerian Ports Authority was doing, let me use the popular word a few years ago, palliative works. So we were doing patchy jobs. We had deficit in equipment and infrastructural development. But we have now gotten to where it's no more possible for these ports to be competitive. The loss of competitive advantage that we had was because either the channels were not being dredged to the required modern day draft of, let's say, 14, 15, 16 meters, or the quay walls are collapsed. Each of these engineering infrastructure actually have lifespan. It's between 40 to 50 years. There is no port in Nigeria that is younger than 40 years. They are all beyond 50 years. One of them is over 100 years old. So it means it should have been reconstructed 2 times since it was first constructed in 1912 also. That has not been done. Now you look at the revenue of Nigerian Ports Authority and you say, okay, why haven't we been able to do that? Because of this Fiscal Responsibility Act and the Finance Act. The expenditure in running the port is high. We have over 3,000 or almost 4,000 pensioners. The cost of paying the pensioners and gratuity in a year is over 17 billion. If today Nigerian Ports Authority is able to resolve the problems it has with Calabar Port, the contractor there, and start dredging Warri Port, in a single year we'll spend between 100 to 120 billion naira dredging those locations. You must buy navigational aids. We are responsible for towage. The average cost of a tugboat is between 7 to 12 million euro. So what we have done in recent times working with the Ministry of Finance is to sit back and say, listen, we can't do this anymore. There are various funding options. It's either the Nigerian Ports Authority goes ahead to fund this total port rehabilitation. If we are to do that, it means government needs to take or give us a concession and not ask us to be transferring revenue or whatever to CRF. This year alone, we have transferred over 100 billion naira to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Out of that 100 billion, about 70-something billion is from revenue generated, is meant for 2022. The other difference is for the other years past. Imagine if that amount of money would be allowed to be, put back into the construction of the ports. But then we have looked at it now and realized we need to, think and, work out of the box, and rather than say NPA should fund it holistically, we know it's impossible. The reason being that, one, the normal construction period for this kind of infrastructure is 3 years. We do not have a revenue that would enable us to repay any contractor within 3 years. It will take between 10 to 15 years. The second option is a hybrid finance model where Nigerian Ports Authority or the federal government actually funds part of it, and then the other part of it is funded by a multilateral lending agency. And then the other part is to ask the terminal operators to reconstruct some of these places. But it's not every infrastructure that has decayed that is under the purview of the terminal operators. The other argument is that not all the terminal operators have the same financial capacity. So if Mr. A starts his construction and Mr. B is not ready to start, the likelihood of the engineering integrity of the bed next to him could be affected. So there must be a holistic work program that you are sure you can fund. We have begun discussions with other lending agencies with the support of the Federal Ministry of Transportation, and we believe that we are getting there. We have done a general survey, conditional survey, engineering design, not yet completed anyway, for virtually all the ports. For Tinkan, we have an average of, depending on what we want to do, we need about $450 or so million. It could get to 600 million if we are going to deepen the channel to 16.5. The argument here is, do we want to deepen the channel in Lagos to 16.5? We need to reconstruct the breakwaters in Delta. The breakwaters collapsed about 10 or 15 years ago. Royal Haskoning has finished the design, the surveys, the morphology design, studies and all that. And we are now supposed to reconstruct that. And the cost given by Royal Haskoning is over 80 billion naira. Now add that to the collapsed quay walls in, say, Calabar and Warri and so on and so forth. I'm giving this so that you understand how much money is needed, at least in 3 years. You can't give a contractor something that will take 3 years to construct and pay him in 10 years. So the discussion taking place now between the ministry, us, and then probably with the federal government is to say, allow Nigerian Ports Authority to use 50% of the amount of money it transfers to the CRF on the yearly basis for the next 4 or 5 years. So if on average NPA transfers, let's say 80 billion to CRF, and we're allowed to use 50% of it to fund reconstruction of the ports. What it simply means is that in a few years, you have that 40 billion times 5 years, for instance. That's about what, 200 and something. And we hope that we will get that approval. Don't forget that it was from its sources and its revenue that Nigerian Ports Authority was able to build some of the locations in the past, like Ikorodu and so on and so forth. Yes, MPA borrowed money from the World Bank to reconstruct Apapa, I think, long ago, but it paid back from its revenue. We are also discussing with the terminal operators. Some of them have come up with proposals to say, you know what, allow me to reconstruct Tinkan. But hey, you are no Father Christmas. You only operate and own a part of the keys. Why do you want to construct the whole port? And of course, the answer is give me the whole port when I reconstruct it, which is not possible because we have legal agreements with some terminal operators currently operating in Tinkan, so that's not going to work. So the mandate given to us by the Federal Ministry of Transportation is before the mid of December to come up with something that is workable. The PPP team in Nigerian Ports Authority is working with a lending agency, and we will come to the board of Nigerian Ports Authority and see what happens. But here there is a problem also. By the time you decide that you want to lend or you want to borrow, money, it must have been in your MTEF. The lending plan should have been in your MTEF. So if I had submitted an MTEF that the medium-term expenditure framework that you submit to the Federal Ministry of Finance, it must be there. Of course, the minister will have to approve it. When it gets to a threshold beyond the minister, you now need to go to the National Assembly. The DMO also needs to approve it. And our investigation have shown that it takes between 2 to 3 years, if you take that route, for you to get approval to borrow that money. But there are other ways of doing it. It's going to be more expensive because if we ask Oga APMT here to go and borrow money, he's going to pass the cost to me. His rate of lending might be probably slightly higher than what I would have borrowed. But APMT is one of those terminal operators that has shown real interest in reconstructing the ports. I know that the other terminal operators too have all come up with that. So this is what is going on, and we are looking for the best way to carry out our responsibilities, even with the financial constraints. Everybody will be surprised you generate 300 billion and above, and you're talking about financial constraint. The constraint actually is because of that contribution we need to make to CRF. We understand government needs revenue. Nigerian Ports Authority is one of the major revenue earners to Nigerian Ports Authority, to the federal government. But our responsibility is that of trade facilitation. We will not be able to carry that responsibility and function if we don't have the adequate funds to rehabilitate our infrastructure and buy the necessary equipment and automate also. Automation is one key thing we are pursuing. It's extremely expensive, but we are pursuing it. But we believe that we are getting to the end of this problem. What we have done now is to put the cost of reconstruction of all the ports in the country, put it in a basket, and we're out there discussing with lending agencies with the support of the federal government through the Federal Ministry of Transportation. And I believe we'll soon get that approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was actually quite an exposition there. We are grateful to you, Mr. Koko, for taking the time to explain to us, because this audience is really keen to understand why we are where we are. The fact of the age of the ports has not been a surprise to anybody. So if the government really had plans, we should even be beyond where we are now. But we are gratified to learn that with your leadership, we are hoping that all the things you've told us now will actually come to pass. I hope you are there long enough to help us implement it. These are some of the things that we worry about. And in light of what you said, it seems to me that the difficulties are, it sounds insurmountable, because each time you talk about one thing, it leads to another problem, it leads to another problem. So even though it sounds hopeful, it would be good, maybe in this discussion to find what it is we can achieve, maybe perhaps in the next 10 years, that is actually possible. But before that, let me ask Mr. Obadagoyin, the CFO of APMT, as a terminal operator, as an operator in the ports. I mean, how from what the MP has said, how encouraged are you that this will enhance the growth of your business as an investing company into Nigeria, and whether we are actually on the right track? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No, as a private stakeholder in the port, we have really enjoyed our interactions with the Nigerian Ports Authority and very much encouraged by the out-of-the-box thinking that the MD has just expressed. He has shared these thoughts with us in the past, and they are the right things to do, the right way, the right creative ways to go about funding. I am of the school of thought that funding is not an issue in infrastructure projects in terms of availability of cash. There is private equity, there is a lot of cash chasing projects around the world. I think what we need to do a little work around is the publicity and selling these projects to the right individuals with the right pockets. I mean, Dr. Oyetunde mentioned a lot of incentives that are available to the investors in Nigeria. He talked about the road and infrastructure credit scheme, where private investors can get tax credits, tax benefits by investing in infrastructure, in roads. And there were a number of examples, MTM, Dangote, who have done a lot on road infrastructure, bridges. I think that same initiative can be transferred to how we think about financing port infrastructure. Because if you ask me, it will be difficult for the government under this current circumstance to accept to reduce its revenue inflows. Rather, every week, I mean, I and Mr. Koko, we keep getting invitations to Abuja to come defend to come defend our revenue generation. And you know, there are spurious allegations of debts owed to various government agencies. So that is the mode, that is the mindset that the government currently has. So we need to find a way around these constraints that the government currently operates under. You know, and I think we need to gradually, when we look at, I was looking at the figures from the Debt Management Office recently. The latest publication is as of June 2022. We are now sitting at a total debt of 42 trillion naira, right? Should this be the time to acquire more debt? Or should we look for creative ways to find public-private partnership to fund some of these projects? I think with more publicity, more engagement to private stakeholders, a lot of some of these challenges that are bedeviling us, reinvesting in the port infrastructure, we can find ways around those. If we publicize a lot of these things, we have great tax laws that incentivize investments in this country. We have great pioneer legislation. We have capital allowance provisions that encourage investors. I think if we do a lot to publish and publicize a lot of this, we can work around some of these challenges that are real, that Mr. Koko has mentioned.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So I hear you, and I think that it's hard to feel really encouraged, but I guess we have to be encouraged. We have to be positive about it and know that it is something that can be achieved. Dr. Yetunde, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I wanted to throw something at you in terms of what we're talking about, financing opportunities and models. I want to read something out to you. the lead country program coordinator in the ADB, and the ADB Group's Regional Development Integration and Business Delivery Department, said recently, we are investing in ports across the continent, providing infrastructural investments, technical assistance, policy advisory and project operations support to governments and specific infrastructure, and equipment support to the private sector through public-private partnership arrangements, and efforts being undertaken with a climate adaptation and mitigation lens. What sort of relationship does ADB have? I mean, you're Nigerian, you're an executive director in the ADB. You also are under the purview of the Minister for Finance, because I think you were appointed to that position by Nigeria. How is Nigeria benefiting from the ADB in terms of financing maritime assets, such as a critical infrastructure, sort of the ports? Because part of the ADB's focus, in some respects, is ports. So where do we sit? Where do we sit as far as that is concerned, in terms of this overarching theme of igniting the blue economy? Dr. Yetunde.
Thank you. I'll start with visual and end with visual, but let me stay on the internet connection. It's a bit choppy. Doesn't go out. So thanks so much for that question. Going back to what the people just mentioned, apologies, yeah, Mr. Finance, do apologize for doing the so we did pass the finance last year, and that is the election over requires. But if you recall, recently Nigeria was dominated by Nims and Fitch ratings, and got a negative debt service. And it's not because of the high debt. I know it's it's actually services for the first time debt service payments services outstrip revenues, because we have more coming through. Payments is very high, 40%, and all the incentives are also reducing revenues. So at the end of the day, we're going to see because of the incentives high risk of not only paying services, which is sustainable, it's the lower of 50% GDP ratio of the country sits on. But the fact is, it's just revenue to services. Now, this now makes us as a country have to look at the solution. And what the African government has to do is fundamental operations across the continent. One of them, under the position, we have 5 key areas that ban business, and they are now through the policy of life. But the 3 of them are very, very good. Integrate industrial to people special and and enlightenment. So we have energy, sustainable to actually generate power to white commerce. Process many research port operations, electric Nigeria, with blended to $100 million in a consortium by standard the European investment IFS, it's a consortium, and we've got other operations. What you find in many of the $23 billion continuing operations finance, again, standard is you find that these operations are related transactions. So if that's the case where we today trying to make That's the initial input to get the operation up and running. That's the challenge. Because most of the time, it's very, very early like us. Look at the transactions with $20 million. Most of the transactions we're looking at are in the 150, 200, $300 million space. However, there are recently, to be very, very precise, just a few weeks ago, presentation of special project in Nigeria. Throughout this project, $500 million to the federal government of Nigeria and to the in the new special which will be policies were appropriate across the country. But the challenge is the federal government. As you know, bureaucracy changes. So we do have that challenge to get this project has been many years. We found out 20 October where it was launched. We're partnering with Ghana, all other rights. We're looking to capitalize on so that these special projects created whether marine ones or Indian drivers, and then to catalyze. So having opportunities there, having the investors, the going to in those areas is critical. Some states, Katina, Ogun, Boyo, Indian, quite but just before I close, is first of all, having local entities ourselves helps manage geopolitical risks. Because given that we are around focused on energy, regional countries on this continent, they're quite dialogue between countries, governments, and that's strategy and we tend to also future operations. So I think we have to some of the political market in terms of making use of properly guarantees supports, legislative some other tools. But they are and these is very small. So we have environmental safety. We do want to protect project persons, communities, particularly large communities. So we do like and of course, hydrogen is not just about it's also very on the back of the success about to try projects energy. It's not just relying on fossil and even but looking at other resources energy. So there comes a board and research part. With that and that's why we have special issues in that large very responsible investors of the EMS environmental.
Thank you very much, Dr. That was quite helpful. Unfortunately, we on this side, it was very difficult for us to hear, but I'm sure the audience had a better audio. So I can't actually build on what he said in terms of any questions. But thank you very much, Dr. Yetunde. I think the important thing is that the audience heard what you had to say, and I'm sure that it will enhance whatever it is we are discussing today. I want to move to shipyards because also because we need time for Q&A. I'm sure there will be questions from the audience, which I'll invite shortly. But quickly, on shipyards, which is one of the maritime assets we're talking about, and its financing. I was reading in the website of the Abuja MOU that we had about 10 shipyards, and shipyards really In Nigeria, I think we are called what we call ship repair yards, which is quite different from, or which can metamorphose into a shipbuilding yard. So what we are hoping to be able to say when we are talking about shipyards is that we are talking about shipbuilding yards. But right now, we have about 10 shipyards that are recorded in the Abuja MOU website. 6 of them are recorded to be floating docks, and 4 are recorded to be dry docks. The largest of them is Niger Dock, about 35,000 tons or thereabouts. Of all of them, I think 6 are said to be operational. 4 are said to be operational, 6 are said to be not operational, and only 1 is said to be fully operational with a plan to expand to 8,000 from 250 feet, and that is STARS. So it's clear to me that Mr. Igwefun, who is here, the CEO of STARS Engineering, is fully understands what this is about. And we know that shipbuilding, ship repair is also a critical part of the maritime industry. It's a strategic industry, and it brings about a lot of work, labor, employment for our country. So what are we doing about building more? What are we doing apart from what Mr. Igwefun has told us earlier before? As a country, as looking at shipyards as an economic driver as well, potentially going into shipbuilding, we also need to ensure that we have a market for it, because as I understand it today, the ship repair yards, the target market, the market is from the oil and gas sector. All the boats that are used, the marine assets that are used to support the oil and gas sector is what the shipyards are looking at. But how can we go further from that? I'd like to engage the MD, MPA, as to his thoughts around that. And I'll take it around the table, starting with MD and then Mr. Walsh. Thank you.
Now, prior to port reform and concession, that was before 2006, the Nigerian Ports Authority had dockyards that were functional. As at then, we were responsible for virtually every operation at the ports, whether it is the towage, handling of cargo, and so on and so forth. And therefore, there was need for Nigerian Ports Authority to have a functional dockyard that will enable it service and maintain its marine vessels. We were not into shipbuilding, but the dockyards were specifically for ship repairs and maintenance. So in those days, MPA was able to dry dock its tugboats, pilot cutters, and so on and so forth. Now, after the port reform of 2006, some of these responsibilities were concessioned. So like towage has been concessioned to third parties, and so on and so forth. And I believe that was why there was now no need for us to really have a fully functional dockyard that was taking these responsibilities. And that's why some of the dry docking and repairs of our equipment is being sent to the likes of STARS. STARS Marine here can confirm that. He's a very reliable partner who has been responsible for the repairs and maintenance of some of our marine equipment. But in recent days and recent times, let me use the recent times, we have started having discussions with NIMASA. NIMASA has a floating dock that we all know the story. Anyway, the idea and the agreement with NIMASA and MPA long ago was to partner and bring the bring the floating dock to our facility here in Lagos. That discussion has gone very far. We have had a site visit with NIMASA and MPA staff. We set up a committee, and they have gone to identify locations within the MPA dockyard They even want to take over the foundry that MPA has, and then I think they are going to bring a third party to manage it. Now they are talking about, of course, ship repairs and then shipbuilding. The OBC has been given to us. We have studied it. PPP department or division has gone through it. And we are discussing with NEMASA to see that that floating dock is brought in as quickly as possible. What's stopping is we have a very old dredge there. The Sea Lion is over 40, 50 years old. It's been scrapped. It needs to be fully, sent away so that there is space there. But however, we've made it clear there are some locations within that place that are needed as common user areas, because that is where all the MPA vessels are. Currently, I think that is the only location the Nigerian Ports Authority has not concessioned to anyone, where we are able to put our, berth our vessels and so on and so forth. So in terms of shipyards and so on and so forth, we haven't played a key role. But I know that Stars has been having discussions with us on his expansion. We are good landlords. He knows that the land he is on is MPA land. And if there is need to give him more, as long as it's not being given out to someone, he knows we are ready to do that. We are working with him with the lending agency that we don't need to mention here, that he's going to borrow money from. And we are giving them not necessarily guarantees. We are working with them with him to let them understand that there is an existing market here. For as long as they are ready to support him, we believe, first of all, MPA vessels will be sent there, which we have been sending. That's the first thing. The second thing is we'll work with him to market it. And then we'll also discuss with the shipping lines and so on and so forth to ensure that it is as viable as he is projecting. But we are also studying his projections, and the PPP department will tell him, what we think about it. So we'll work with him and any other, shipyard. We are working with Niger Dock. Samsung has another one, and Ladol together, I think. So there are some that are working. Now, the day there are so many of, not shipyards, let me call them floating docks, is when you go to Krikri. Nigerians are very ingenious. You find large and small sizes of floating docks, and a colleague of mine once said, why don't we call them together? Instead of having these makeshift, tiny little floating docks that are not moving meter in terms of ability to do more, why don't we call them to sit together and work with the banks, talk to the banks to come to fund them, so that we have better equipped, more organized service as long as that. So, but we will keep working with Stars and every other person interested in shipbuilding. We believe it improves productivity in the country, creates employment, and it also serves our own industry very well. We need it. Nigerian Ports Authority need to be able to have vessels that will call to port, knowing that not just that they will be able to offload the cargo. For any reason they need to repair those vessels, they should be able to have adequate facilities to give them such services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koko. Thank you. May I ask Mr. Walsh just a few comments before we do a few Q&A questions before we close?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in shipyards like Greg is, but I read a few articles in going through some of the financing that I was looking at before this summit. And I saw in one Dutch article, they were talking about shipyards. And they said, if you don't have shipbuilding yards, then you're not in the maritime industry. And unfortunately, that's where we're at. One company can't make an entire industry. This is a big industry and a very capital-intensive industry, something that needs huge amounts of money to keep running. When you look at Niger Dock, I know they're attempting to do mainly repairs and stuff, but there is no real shipbuilding. And government has to have a hand in this. People like Greg can't invest all their funds on an individual basis to try to build something like that. You need to be able to have amounts of capital which maybe the government guarantees or the government gives interest-free for a period of time based on the work that needs to be done. But we need to support the industry, because right now there isn't an industry. All these companies that have registered in Abuja, most of them are closed or barely working, if they're even working at all. So we have to encourage companies like STARS. Government has to come and find out, okay, what can we do to make your business better?
Thank you.
If it's through the government agencies or how, but it needs to be done. Without that, you're never going to build this industry up. I mean, the maritime industry, the unfortunate thing is capital intensive wherever you are in the industry. And so you need to have funding, you need to be able to have the support of government behind you to be able to do these things.
Thank you very much. I think that's very clear. I think we all understand that. I think I want to thank everyone who has been, my panelists have been excellent. Please, can you give them a round of applause? Thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite questions from the audience if you have any. We have a few, maybe about 10 minutes to do that, and I wanted to make sure that we're all fully engaged and are able to participate. If there are no questions, and I mean that when we have done a fantastic job. So, yes, the gentleman in the cap and agbada, in the shirt, please, when you ask the question, can you please first introduce yourself? And let us know who you're directing the question to.
Thank you. My name is Tunde Balogun. In terms of the...
Of where, please?
Tunde Balogun, private sector.
Sorry?
Private sector.
What company?
TAPS Tourism.
All right, thank you. Go on.
Yeah, I've made my comment in the area of consultancy perspective. Look at the ERGP, Economic Growth Plan. And look at the dissection of the paper being dissected. I'm viewing that area of PP, public-private partnership, for a sustainability environment factor. Look at infrastructural development. And look at the dimensions of the sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, oil and gas, and creative industry. In government perspective and in private sector, is there a bilateral symmetrical relationship? When you look at those parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the question exactly? What is the government's what?
Government, in terms of government perspective, we are looking at government policy being somersaulted, policy implementation, looking at creative industry and all those sectors of the economy,
yes.
Oil and gas, manufacturing, agriculture, and looking at the PP, public-private partnership. The synthetic relationship is not so fantastic.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Dr. Akabogu, you have a question? After that, I'll call Mrs. McFoy, and then the gentleman in the cap with the glasses in front of me.
Okay, thank you very much, panel, for very excellent insights. Now, my question is to the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority. In the course of your presentation, you've indicated that the authority has a significant expenditure profile with regard to dredging. Now, have you explored PPP options with regard to the terminal operators undertaking these dredging expenditure in consideration for either rebates with regard to their dues which they should pay, or even extension of their concession periods? I mean, I do know, for instance, that the Calabar challenge, which has been there over the years, that's one of those options, and it doesn't seem as if it's been explored in detail. So I'd like your perspective on that.
All right. I think what would, because we are pressed for time, let me take a couple of more questions. The Man Director, Mr. Koko, will respond to your question. Yes. No, there's a gentleman there in the light colored, yes, the cap. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah. My name is Assis Mustafa. I'm from AZ Logistics Limited. I have a three question here, please. So, and the two go to Engineer Greg. What do we preserve are the challenges of financing maritime aside from source funding? Second, what will it take to have Nigeria build ship? And the last question goes to the MD of MPA. Sir, what is the implication for the maritime sectors in Nigeria since all our ports in Nigeria has over the years decayed? Thank you.
What is the what? The last
What
question?
is the implication for the maritime sectors in Nigeria since all our ports in Nigeria has decayed?
All right. I think we've seen that. We've heard that. Mrs. Rollins McFoy. And then we'll take the Rear Admiral.
My name is Rollins McFoy.
What was his first question?
Okay. Go on.
Rollins McFoy, CEO of Ocean Deep and President of Women in Maritime. I just want to commend the MPA director because he has spoken so elaborately. The datas were reeled out without sentiments and I mean, so much clarity have been put on so many things. And I think it's very, very commendable and not quite the type of statements or this thing that we do. So I just wanted to commend him and I just wanted to say thank you because you have made us to know quite a lot of things. Please continue this way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rear Admiral Lubodi.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'd first like to thank all the speakers, but I just thought, I'm not trying to shake the table here. Cabotage, shipbuilding, ship ownership, ship crewing. I know we've spoken about disbursing funds. I'd like to please appeal. Let's not take these funds again and run off to Singapore, Thailand. That fund should support shipbuilding in Nigeria, please. I really, really want to appeal. You can hear, we heard what Engineer Greg said. 100 million behind that kind of project will finance the whole project. I know we are all, there's a lot of appetite to just say, let's buy these ships and just crew them. The build is actually the cabotage. Please, I wish DG Nimasa was around. Please, I'd appeal to my senior brother, MDMPA. Please have a discussion with DG Nimasa. Let's not just share that money, please. It should be for ship building in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And invite the gentleman in front.
Chairman and the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I want to...
Please introduce yourself if you don't mind.
My name is George Moralo, MDC of NIWA.
Okay, I thought so. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
I just want to... I want to look at it from the perspective of a question. And it goes more to my friend Greg. It's about synergy between the boat builders in the country. Is there a synergy? Is there a platform that you people need to look at your challenges? Because I know that what we have done in NIWA is to create a data bank of local boat manufacturers and see to what extent we can support them within the limits of our own resources. Just an example. In our procurement process of 2021, all the boats we bought, patrol boats, ferry boats, were all made in Nigeria. I insisted that I wanted locally made boats, not imported. And they all came out good. We were able to have quality patrol boats built in Port Harcourt, some in Warri, completed, or some in Lagos, completed and delivered. Okay. We now went a step further to look at the possibility of building even dredgers. even tugboats. In our 2021 procurement, we procured 2 locally made, 100% locally made tugboats. MV Hawul, and I can't remember the name of the other one. And they're all working in top form. Okay, so I keep wondering, is there a platform amongst the boat builders? It mustn't, you see, since we are trying to develop our industry, it mustn't be with building 100,000-ton ships. We may not have to start from there. We could start from the lower capacity boats, vessels, dredgers, tugboats, and what have you, and then graduate with time. Yes, we are looking for the CVFF funding now, yes, by the time it is released. I keep asking this question because if we have a platform, even those who are doing the local boats can also have access to the CVFF fund. It wouldn't be funds meant alone for massive boats. We could start with building good quality patrol boats, tugs, and what have you, and then grow gradually till we get to where Singapore is today. So I want to know whether there's a platform where you people meet, share your challenges, your difficulties, your prospects, with a view to engaging us, the regulators, standing on the side of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mongalu. Thank you so much. So I invite Mr. Bello Koko to start by answering the questions that have been asked, and thereafter Mr. Ogbefu. Thank you.
Okay, I'll
Please,
start with
2 minutes so that we can round up. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
That's fine. I'll start with the first question, talking about if we had explored the possibility of terminal operators being engaged in the dredging activities. So ab initio, in the concession agreement after the 2006 port reform, the responsibility of dredging that port, of dredging the channels, is that of Nigerian Ports Authority. However, we are thinking we'd rather get the terminal operators involved in the construction of the ports, amortizing over time, than to get them to come and dredge the channel. Because, okay, so which of them, let's assume there are 6, 7 terminal operators in a port. There's a channel, for instance, of 100 kilometers. For instance, Calabar. And probably there are only 2 or 3 terminal operators. They will not have the capacity to dredge that channel. The viable channel here in Lagos, is it APMT that is going to bring the dredger, or is it the other terminal operator? So it's a bit convoluted and complicated. If we are able to get them to do anything that will pay over time or amortize, we'd rather take the option of asking them to explore the possibility of reconstructing the ports. Now, at the end of the day, whether they do it, we pay them. 100 billion is 100 billion in a year. No terminal operator will agree to be sweeping the channel at a cost of, let's say, 30 billion spread among 3 of them, and you tell him you pay him in 5 years. I mean, just do the mathematics and see how impossible that is. So I don't think it's an option, really. The other question, another gentleman asked the implication for maritime sector because the ports are decayed. I mean, it's inefficiency. The economies of scale can't set in, so that means the cost of shipping in Nigeria is higher because we are bringing smaller vessels. Because those locations have quay walls that you are limited in draft. The channel is limited in draft. We are losing cargo because of some of the decaying facilities. You are not able to bring more efficient equipment that are very heavy for, let's say, ship-to-shore operations. That's the STS cranes. Because the current quay walls will not be able to take them. And most of these locations actually have deck-on-pile technology that was used so long ago when it comes to construction of those places. So there are those are the ones that are beginning to crack up and to collapse. Of course, now this leads to loss of business to other neighboring countries. Of course, the employment that would have gained here, it affects the GDP of the country. Of course, it also affects the total contribution of the maritime industry to the economy. And that's why we are taking the rehabilitation of these ports very serious, and we believe that shortly this will be resolved. I think that is it. The other question to do with CVFF, yes, we will have that discussion with NIMASA, but that money is with NIMASA. It's NIMASA's responsibility to disbursed, but I know that the Federal Ministry of Transportation is working closely with them to ensure that it is properly disbursed and it gets to the end users, the beneficiaries that will make a difference and do what those funds are meant for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ogbefon.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with the question by the Managing Director of NIWA.
Please. 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Okay, 3.
Well, the question is there a platform to bring together people who are into shipbuilding, no matter the category? The answer is yes. In the last few months, a few of us got together, Niger Dock, SARS, NBTC. I don't know if Mrs. Oluyode is in the hall. Is she, please? Who are the other companies? Elshcon, and then Shipside. These are ship repair yards. We decided to form an association, Ship Repair and Shipbuilding Association of Nigeria. The intention is to galvanize all players in the ship repair sector and see how we can begin to harmonize and also work with the relevant government agencies to let them know what we're doing to support their operations like MPA and the like. So that's in the works. We also identify the role of NIWA in this initiative because NIWA probably has the largest river fleets that are tramping around all the inland waterways from Baru to places like that on Onitsha, and to see how we can support those who are building and maintaining your fleet. I know in Port Harcourt, for example, we have a large number of builders around the Transamadi area who are also working for you. So it's a pleasure to hear you say this. We as an association will formally write to you and have a sit down and see what ideas we can also get from you to ensure that everybody is in a win-win position. Somebody asked what it takes to have Nigeria build ships. That's a very good question. In this country, we have close to 1,000 ships of different types, specifications, and sizes operating in our coastal waters, and not up to 1% of them was built in this country. I built my first ship by Damen Shipyard in South Africa between 2008 and 2010. And the last one I commissioned in 2018, I built in China. And these ships are the ships that we are now maintaining within the Nigerian waters. So the question is, why can't we, like somebody asked, build these ships in this country? The reasons are simple. First, our fiscal policies don't encourage building ships in this country. A company called West Atlantic started building ships in between 2005 and 2012, and they were building aluminum crabs of about 42 meters long. And the parent company, Péril, also builds these same ships in France. And they found out it was cheaper. If you were a Nigerian and you wanted to buy one of those ships or build one of those ships, it was cheaper for you to go to France and build it and bring it here than to build it in Onne, in their yard. Why? Our fiscal policies. Now, if you are importing everything into your shipyard, you have to pay duty on it. If you're building within the free zone, at the time you are taking that ship into Nigeria, you have to pay duty. So at the end of the day, it's not favorable. But I know there are all sorts of engagements on that. The other aspect is shipbuilding requires a lot of steel. Nigeria traditionally has been importing all our, most of our steel from Ukraine. So now we are in a situation where Ukraine is at war, so that source of steel supply is is gone, and now we are trying to import from China. People are circumspect about the Chinese product. So as a country, if we can find a way to reinvigorate our steel industry, Ajaokuta, Delta Steel, and Lajantins, whereby we are producing our own class certified steel, it will help the emergence of shipbuilding at reasonable cost in this country. Now, the aspect of machinery, yes, even vehicles that are being manufactured now, you find components are being assembled from different parts of the world to build a car. So there's nothing wrong with importing Caterpillar engines or Sulzer engines or whatever and assemble them in this country. So yes, we can build ships here, but there has to be, again, a political engagement like the MD of NIWA and the MD of MPA saying you have to engage the practitioners to say, look, how can we make it possible for you to do this instead of the way we've been operating all on our own. So we can't do it. Some of us are determined to ensure we do it. Like I presented earlier, you can see there's provision for ship building, and I'm determined in my lifetime that I should be able to build a ship like I operate in my fleet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bayfun. One last question. I think the ES Shippers Council had raised his hand. I didn't see him. Is he still here? Yeah. Please give him the mic. Okay.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. I was saying that the question has already been taken. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right. So I think that this brings us to the. We have run out of time. We are already 10 minutes over. So this brings us to the end of this session. I would like to thank my panelists. It's been an excellent panel. I've learned so much, and I think you have all learned a lot. We know that some of the problems that we have been talking about are really no surprise. We ought to have planned better, but we'll continue to do as best we can. We thank Dr. Oyebode Oyetunde, who has participated with us. He's been with us. Thank you very much for being with us and for taking the time. We thank Mr. Greg Ogbefun, our shipyard international operator. Thank you very much for being here. We wish you continued success in STAR's endeavors. We thank Mr. Courage. Good. Oba. Oh my goodness.
I'll help you there.
Mr. Courage Obadagboyin. Yes, thank you for being here. CFO APMT, we thank Mr. Mark Walsh, oldest practitioner here. Thank you very much. Your experience has been invaluable and that you have shared with us. And of course, I give thanks to the Mine Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority. As I keep saying, before NIMASA, there was MPA. So, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, thank you very much for taking the time, for telling us with such great transparency what the problems are and how you think you are going to be able to tackle it. So thank you all very much. The audience, please, you've been excellent. You've given us a lot to think about in terms of what we should going forward with. And I think that just to round up, so that we know that we actually probably achieved something today, I think some of the things we have arrived at is that somehow we should be able to persuade government to permit MPA to fund some of these investments, because without these investments, we are not going to make any progress. And persuade the Ministry of Transport to give them the approvals that they need, even more. And I think that the MPA should even be bolder and ask for more, so that you can get even better than you expect. And maybe look at the Fiscal Responsibility Act, see how it so adversely affects critical agencies like MPA that have a fundamental social duty to ensure that the infrastructure around the ports is actually sustainable. I think that one of the things that has also come out is that in order to obtain the financing that we need, that apart from traditional modes of financing which may not work for some of the things we want to do, we need to try to publicize, sell our projects to the correct individuals, right pockets, so that we are able to move a bit forward. And then to do with floating docks, shipyards, try to see if we have a more organic way of organizing even possible local floating docks, so that we have a functional if not international, but at least local, we have something functional that we can operate with. And obviously, it's important that we support shipbuilding, that this is important. We know that fiscal policies do not necessarily support it, but this is a way in which to engage the legislature to change the laws so that we are able to support this very, very critical industry. So on that note, I thank you once again, and this brings this session to a close. Thank you all very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Please join me appreciate our session chair, Mrs. Funke Agbo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for steering the conversation, bringing out the juice and the conclusions. Please, a resounding applause. Would you please rise for a group photograph? Just stand behind or around the logos over there on the floor. Our session chair would be in the middle, and the others will flank or her on both sides. Yes, right there. Come a little closer to the, yes, right there. Step onto the, one more step. Yes, right there, right there. Thank you very much. Yes, that's it. Please smile. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Distinguished guests, as we make our way to the exhibition room and lunch, allow us to recognize a gentleman who today, 22nd of November, turns 70, and he is right here with us. He is Captain Emmanuel Iheanacho. He is right here on his 70th birthday. We celebrate you, sir. He's a retired Merchant Navy captain, a bright icon and fixture in the maritime industry. Let the song continue, please. Can we join? Happy birthday to you. Oh, it's a bigger one. All right, we're going to join. Keep going. Play it, play it, play it, play it. We'll join that fast beat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Everybody. We will bring him to the front for a group photograph, if you don't mind. The MD, MPA will bring him with Engineer Greg Obeyfon. Please bring him to the front with Mrs. Funke Agbo. Please bring him over here for a group photo. Dr. Akabogu, please join them for a group photograph in front right here. Right here, just here. Should we go up or stay here? I think right here is fine. Right here is fine, yes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear sir. Happy birthday to you. 70 looks good on you. Dr. Young, please come this way. Mrs. Agbo, please come this way. Yes. There's more space on this side, on this side, please. On this side, thank you. All right, let's look at the camera and smile. Happy birthday, sir. God's blessings, strength, more joy, more peace, more impact. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for sharing your birthday with us. We are delighted, we are grateful, we are honored. Such a milestone. You can bring it down just a little. Just bring the volume down a bit. Distinguished guests, we reconvene at 2 p.m. for our next discussion session. Between now and then, lunch is served at the same venues we had lunch yesterday. If we go out all the way to the lifts, please go to the 4th floor. The 4th floor. The ushers are on hand to guide. If you go out, you go to the 4th floor. The ushers are on hand to guide. Please, out there to the lifts, you go to 4th floor. From out there is 4. From out there is 4. Not 5. And anyway, ushers are there to guide you. It just might be the 5th floor. But please ask. It's out there, 4th, 5th floor. Have lunch, engage at the exhibition areas, and see you at 2 p.m. on the dot. We will reconvene for our next session. Thank you so much. Thank you to our session chair and panelists for the first session. And once again, happy birthday to our icon, Captain Emmanuel Iheanacho. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Welcome back from lunch, and those in the exhibition area who can hear my voice. This is just to let us know we would resume the next session in 5 minutes. We will convene the panel. Our session chair is here. Most of our panel discussants are here. In 5 minutes, we'll reconvene. We know some people are still making their way back from the lunchroom. And those in the exhibition area who hear my voice, please gradually make your way into the room, settle in, and see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome back. Welcome back to the... Why is it so difficult for me to say final session for today? Like we shouldn't go, we should continue. Welcome back to our afternoon session for today. If you're coming in, please come in, make your way in, come to your seats, because the session chair is already standing, and I'm just going to welcome him as he walks up, Dr. Emeka Akabogu. Please, an applause for him as he makes his way to the stage, where we will be discussing high seas to hinterlands, opportunities and challenges in harnessing the blue economy. Dr. Akabogu is a commercial lawyer, more widely recognized for his expertise in the field of maritime law and policy in Nigeria. He is the chairman of OTL Africa Downstream. He is also a member of the governing board at the Nigeria International Maritime Summit. He is a member of the board of governors of the Center for Petroleum Information, and also serves on the executive council of the Nigerian Maritime Law Association as honorary secretary. This afternoon, he's our session chair. He's seated now. Please appreciate him very warmly. Joining Dr. Akabogu on stage is Dr. George Mogalu. Please welcome him. Dr. Mogalu serves as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA. An experienced technocrat and a multitasking personality, he has been making his points heard throughout the sessions since yesterday. He served as chairman of some federal and state parastatals in Nigeria. He's had his distinguished career in public service. He served as the Director General, Bureau of Cooperatives and Rural Development in the Governor's Office of Abia State. Also served as the Permanent Secretary in Abia State Ministry of Information and Culture. He's seated now. Please appreciate his presence. Right Honorable Emmanuel Jime will join them on the panel right now. He is the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Shippers Council. We welcome you, sir. It's worthy of note that he served in the Benue State House of Assembly, also served as Speaker of the House of Assembly, served 2 times in the Federal House of Representatives, served as the Managing Director of the Nigerian Export Processing Zone Authority, NEPZA, and he's saying hello to his co-panelists upstage. Please welcome Right Honorable Emmanuel Jime. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. The Managing Director, Lagos State Waterways Authority, LASWA, is here, Mr. Oluwadamilola Emmanuel. Welcome, sir. Please receive him with me. Always ready to share his insights with us whenever we call. He's a top corporate communications and business analyst, reviewing corporate policies and enhancing organizations' sustainability. His impeccable success so far helped him serve as director in Kuroten Nigeria Limited, before which he was appointed secretary at LASWA, and now he sits at the helm of affairs. Welcome, sir. A delight to have you. Otumba Olawanle Akimboboye will be joining us right away on stage. Please welcome him very warmly. Otumba speaks to the, should I say, tourism side, amongst others, of the topic of today. He is the founder of La Campagne Tropicana, amongst many others. Yes, people who have been there, you're clapping now. We know you, we know you. He prides himself to have been responsible for the direct employment of thousands of individuals across Africa. Some of his organizations include Corporate Guard Security Limited, Africa-Turkey Trade Center, Business Bridge Platform, which is a Also Atunda Entertainment, and of course, La Campagna Tropicana. He's seated now. Please appreciate Otumba Akimboboye. And finally, saving the best for last, if I may, please welcome Mrs. Rollins McFoy, the woman on this panel. Senior Rollins, like I like to call her, is Executive Director, Operations, Oceans Deep Services. She's an esteemed maritime administrator with vast experience and excellent knowledge in vessel registration and crew management. She's a product of the Federal College of Fisheries and Marine Technology, Lagos, with specialty in nautical science. She's a member of Maritime Arbitrators of Nigeria, Nigerian Institute of Management, and Chartered Institute of Administrators. She's the president, Women in Maritime, very passionate about girls, seafarers, and all things women in maritime. And she's my senior from secondary school. So please welcome Mrs. Rollins McFoy. Welcome, ma'am. I celebrate you. Mr. Chair, over to you, sir. Sam.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction, which saves me the work of having to reintroduce our speakers for this afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So this afternoon session is the last session for this two-day event, but I dare say it is a most important session. High seas to hinterlands, harnessing the challenges and opportunities of the blue economy. So in the course of the presentations yesterday, we heard quite a bit about what the blue economy entails, particularly from the presentation of Commodore Ataba of the Nigerian Navy, who gave us an overview which was very detailed and with very specific proposals. Now, we recall that yesterday, one of the panelists today, I think that was Dr. Moralu, had indicated that the inland waters of the country crisscross a total of almost 10,000 kilometers, compared to about 875 thereabout kilometers of coasts which we have, which signifies that huge economic opportunities in here within the inland waters, and that's the focus of our discussions this afternoon. How do we appropriate the resources and the potentials of the inland waters and of the coasts generally, which are distinct from those of the high seas? That's what we're focused on this afternoon. Now, in the course of the last, in fact, forever, in fact, in the country, every year we witness significant floods, flooding across the country, causing phenomenal havoc, trauma, and loss, economic loss across the country. Question will be, how possible is it to harness the floods which occur yearly, which we know will happen yearly, to economic benefits, potentially? This is one of the primary questions which we'll be posing to our panelists this afternoon, particularly the National Inland Waterways Authority. But beyond that, we've got challenges of siltation, challenges of insecurity, and even those of hydrography relating to mapping of the waters. So these and many other challenges bedevil the appropriation of opportunities from the inland waterways. Nonetheless, there remain even more opportunities. And we want to be able to speak to these opportunities in detail today so that we are able to identify what developments that there are that are on currently, what solutions there are, what opportunities there are. The focus this afternoon is actually on getting answers, getting solutions highlighting opportunities. That's the solution, even though we have the backdrop of the challenges which we currently have across this very important area. So we'll set the ball rolling very quickly. We do have presentations from the Nigerian Shippers Council, from the Lagos, from the MD of the Lagos State Inland Waterways, and also Mrs. McFoy, do you have a presentation? Okay, yeah, no, a slide presentation. Yes, yes. So we'll take the presentations first for a maximum, each person taking a maximum of 12 minutes each. Then after that, we settle back into a panel discussion. So I'd like us to start with the presentation of the Nigerian Shippers Council Executive Secretary, if you may. Thank you very much. Honorable Emmanuel Jime, please a round of applause for him.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My colleague panelist, distinguished audience. Before I offer my insights into this afternoon's conversation, I'd like to seek the kind indulgence of Mr. Moderator to request very respectfully that we honor one of us, a colleague of ours, a giant of our industry who has passed. If all remember Otumba Kunle Folari, he passed recently. I can just imagine what this place would be like if Otumba was here today with us. He was a man who was very knowledgeable. He had a lot of passion for the industry. And certainly in my case, I believe that he had a very important voice that aided us in our decision making. So if Mr. Moderator may permit, may I request very humbly that we at least give him a minute in observation and in honor of his person. May the soul of the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Thank you. Sit down. Distinguished audience, I will be offering some insights into a conversation around the blue economy. A conversation that we've been having for the last couple of days, starting from yesterday. And I believe that I'm not able to say anything to this distinguished audience that perhaps is new. I talked to, like someone said yesterday, the converted. I believe here seated are captains of the industry. And so whatever we say may not be very new. But I think because of the importance of this occasion that it bears repeating, that we should continue to drum it in and to re-emphasize those areas that are key, that are very critical to delivery of this area of human endeavor. So I'll start my presentation by doing a little bit of an introduction, and then of course I'll speak to some of the data that I believe is, quite available to all of us, but like I said, we'll just keep re-emphasizing them. And I start by asking this question, so what actually is a blue economy? And I believe yesterday a lot of answers were provided. From my perspective, I will just simply summarize and say that I'll take the World Bank's description of the blue economy. The World Bank says the blue economy refers to the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, to improve livelihoods, to create jobs, but most importantly, to be able to assist us to preserve the health of the ocean ecosystem. This economy is aimed to create a value chain that can substantially contribute to the structural transformation of a nation's economy. I'm sure all of us out here would know, this is not news, that the African blue economy actually consists of vast lakes. I'm sure when we were growing up as kids, we were enchanted with, regaled with stories about Lake Chad, rivers like River Nile, of course very close by here in our country, River Niger, River Benue. But most importantly also, there's an extensive ocean resource base of the continent. The data available shows, my dear friends, that 38 of the 55 African states are actually coastal states. That also more than 90% of Africa's imports and exports are conducted by sea. It is true that some of the most strategic gateways for international trade are actually here on the African continent. You know, I didn't used to know this until somebody once mentioned in a summit I attended about the strategic location of Nigeria in the Gulf of Guinea. And I was actually really excited about the analogy that was given in the description by looking at the map of Africa. And I wish we could actually be able to see that map. If you look at the location of Nigeria on the map of Africa, and then you get the analogy of a gun, you get an indication of where Nigeria is located. It's located at the trigger point of the continent. I wish the SG was still here with us. I was going to tell him that when we went to visit with him in London, and he was talking about having come to Africa, and then next he said he actually went to Ghana. And I was going to tell him today, if he was here, that if he didn't come to Nigeria, it means he hadn't gone to Africa. I believe I'm right to say that. If he didn't come to Nigeria, because that really is the trigger of the nation, the trigger of the continent. And so it is important to emphasize the strategic location of our country and the maritime economy of the world. The only thing I can say about the strategic importance of Africa in the maritime world is that we unfortunately are confronted with a situation, my dear friends, where we have not actually been able to effectively exploit these natural resources that we are surrounded by. That, in my opinion, will be the saddest point of my commentary today. If we move on with the slide, please, if you can help me. I'd like then to now quickly focus our attention on discussing opportunities that are presented by the blue economy. I say that the blue economy covers a wide range of sectors. These sectors offer opportunities for sustainable, clean, and equitable growth, both in traditional and emerging sectors. Some of the sectors readily that come to mind include shipping and, of course, port facilities. Let's remember that more than 80% of global trade by volume and 70% of value, 70% by value is actually moved by sea. We also have opportunities in fisheries. Yesterday, Mrs. Orakusi was here with us. I don't know if she's still here. I'm looking at the estimated number of jobs that are available in fisheries, 350 million jobs. These are linked to fisheries. And the data also shows that 90% of fishers are actually living in developing countries. A number of other opportunities. I won't take too much of a time looking at all of them, but tourism is an opportunity in maritime. Aquaculture, I've already spoken about fisheries. Energy, I'd like to emphasize here that in 2009, offshore fees accounted for 32% of global crude supply. This actually was estimated to increase by 34% in 2025 and even go higher in subsequent years. The gentleman, Navy officer that spoke to us yesterday actually spoke to this fact that the sea is a major source of wind and tidal energy. There are other areas of opportunity in the maritime domain: biotechnology, submarine mining, and of course other potential areas like maritime education, scientific research, shipbuilding, and I'm glad that the most important shipbuilder in our land is sitting right in front of me and listening to me as we speak. Repair in the industry, maritime safety and navigation, development of maritime infrastructure, and of course inland waterways. All these, ladies and gentlemen, are important opportunities in the maritime sector. So if you can help me move now so we can discuss quickly Nigerian seaports and of course their connectivity to the hinterlands. I've always argued, and I believe correctly so, that in my humble view, a seaport is only effective to the extent of its connectivity to the hinterlands. You see, Nigeria has about 853 kilometers of coastal line. And of course, as I indicated earlier, by giving the analogy of how strategic Nigeria is, it is endowed and geographically positioned in the West African sub-region to maximize the inherent potentials of the blue economy within our region. Now, as I indicated, our seaports are only efficient and effective to the extent to how they're connected into the hinterlands. So in other words, what I'm saying is that efficient hinterland connectivity will not only reduce port congestion, it will improve ship turnaround time and as well reduce the overall transportation cost. These, in my view, will ultimately ensure that the port remains competitive and is productive. So let me now reel out a few of the benefits that I believe come with hinterland connectivity. One, as I said, seamless cargo evacuation.
Yes. Please, we have 5 minutes more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seamless cargo evacuation from the seaports, reduction in cargo dwell time at the ports, improved ship turnaround time, reduction in port congestion. There are challenges, and I need to emphasize very, very quickly and point this out. According to actually the data from the National Bureau of Statistics, the maritime sector contributes to the nation's GDP, but it is actually considered to be very insignificant. And I think we can actually have an argument and a debate about that. But the reality of our circumstances is that the actual contribution of the maritime sector to the nation's GDP is far below the capacity and potentials of the industry. The challenges I have identified that constrain and limit our ability to ensure connectivity into the hinterlands include inadequate legal framework in the maritime industry, for example. There's pollution and abandonment of wrecks on our high seas, non-domestication, implementation of international maritime convention and instruments, over-reliance on single mode of transportation for cargo evacuation from the ports. I want to pause here and quickly advance a conversation I've had recently concerning the new important development on our horizon, the imminent commencement of operations at Lekki Deep Sea Port. And I've argued that perhaps what we need most is to appreciate the need for intermodalism and to have connectivity into that port. As we know, as things stand right now, the single most important mode of cargo evacuation is the road networks. And we know how very well challenged we are with that mode of transportation. I'm happy to note that efforts are being made to ensure that there is barging connectivity into that port. And recently, the federal government has undertaken very seriously the need to have the railways to connect to the Lekki Deep Sea Port. My assumption is that once all of these are in place, then are we then able to actually benefit and guarantee that the Lekki Deep Sea Port will be the transformational development that we are all expecting on our maritime space. Let me now quickly address, because of time, the role of the Shippers Council in facilitating high sea to hinterland connectivity in the development of the blue economy. In order to ensure that this, let me take that back quickly. The Nigerian Shippers Council, through our efforts as lead agency in the implementation of the Nigerian Port Process Manual, has been able to record improvement in vessel reception processes at the ports, cargo handling and clearance processes, and improvement on passage through the port access road in Lagos. I want to announce that there has been sufficient enough improvement in outbound traffic coming out of the port. We are now working aggressively to improve inbound traffic into the into Apapa. The Shippers Council has also been advocating the need, as I said earlier, for intermodal approach to cargo evacuation to ensure seamless transfer of cargo to the hinterland, thereby reducing congestion at the seaport terminals and at the same time promoting efficiency at the ports. I've also been involved in advocacy for inland cargo tracking to hinterland destinations to ensure the safety and security of hinterland-bound cargo. Last but not least, the Shippers Council has been involved in the promotion of the delivery of some critical transport infrastructure into the hinterlands. For example, the development and the promotion of inland dry ports and, of course, vehicle transport areas. As of today, the Dala dry port in Kano is about to commence operations. So also is the dry port in Jos, and of course a couple of other areas. The reason for the development of inland dry ports, my friends, is to ensure that there is shipping that is brought closer to our shipping communities in the hinterlands. And don't forget, I have made the point here repeatedly that our seaports are going to be a lot more efficient because of the extent to which we have been able to connect the activities into the hinterlands. That, my dear friends, was the reason why the Shippers Council decided that we should take very, very seriously the promotion of the establishment of inland dry port. There are a couple of other initiatives that were been undertaken. I want to just quickly suggest the way forward, and then I'll close, Mr. Moderator. Now, I say in order to ensure that the seaports are well connected to the hinterlands and also ensure that the country benefits maximally from the abundant benefits in the blue economy, particularly in the seaport and shipping sector, there is the need for adequate provision of critical infrastructure and coordination in this regard. Also, I'm also suggesting that the federal government needs to ensure, amongst others, that there is full automation of the port processes and procedures to ensure seamless cargo handling and clearance at the seaports for onward delivery to the hinterlands. The implementation of the single window, this is something that is key. This will enable to facilitate seamless cargo handling and also ultimately reduce multiplicity of functions of government agencies in the ports. Last but not least, I have spoken about rail connectivity. The provision of rail connectivity to major seaports in the country to ensure seamless cargo evacuation and reduction of cargo dwell time at the ports. These and others are very, very important areas that we need to be focused on. Let me speak very quickly, Mr. Moderator, to what I call the promotion and full implementation of the Cabotage Act. And I'm doing this because I watched Mr. Cabotage himself walk into the hall in the course of my delivery of this conversation. And I'm saying, sir, that the promotion and full implementation of Cabotage Act to encourage and protect indigenous participation in barge operations in Nigeria is key. Development and operationalization of more critical transport infrastructure, such as the inland dry ports that I referred to earlier, vehicle transport areas to facilitate trade to the hinterlands and other neighboring land-linked countries, is also key in how we can benefit from this blue economy. And as of today, none of our ports is operating at 24 hours per day, and that is an ineffective way of delivery on port services anywhere in the world. So we need to encourage that from now going forward, if we're going to take full benefit of the advent of this economy, then the operations of our ports and the facilities that are needed for the ports to be able to operate 24 hours non-stop must be in place.
Thank you.
In conclusion, the Nigerian Shippers Council, my dear friends, commits to continue to work tirelessly to ensure enhanced transportation and trade facilitation for our economy to optimize the potentials inherent in the blue economy. And in addition, the Council, as port economic regulator, will continue to promote fair trade practices amongst the various stakeholders and further ensure the implementation of various government policies under our supervision to ensure that the nation maximizes our opportunity in port sector of the blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Honorable Emmanuel Jime, Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, who has identified automation, rail connectivity, provision of infrastructure, and implementation of cabotage as some key mandates which are needed to ensure that we begin to optimize the blue economy. Thank you very much once again, and another round of applause for him, please. Next, I call on Dr. George Moralu, who is the Managing Director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, to make his presentation. A round of applause, please. 12 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the already established protocol. As you're all aware, I'm restricted by time, so I'm going to work within the time limit as provided. Fortunately for me, the CEO of the Shippers Council has actually spoken quite a lot out of the paper I will desire to present. I'll also make an apology. I didn't have the flash with me, I forgot it. Otherwise I would have given it to them for them to put it on the screen. But I'm going to make it as brief as possible so that we can understand ourselves in the light of the time that we have. I can also make available copies of the presentation after we have left this place. Like the topic says, high seas to the hinterlands, opportunities and challenges in harnessing the blue economy. The last paper presented had already presented the definition for the blue economy. But for me, I have a little deviation. I rather would prefer the definition as provided by the United Nations, which define the blue economy as an economy that comprises a range of economic sectors and related policies that together determine whether the use of ocean resources is sustainable. There are key components that has to do with the opportunities, quite a lot, which I may not have to bore you here. The resources, the opportunities that has to go with the fisheries, coastal tourism, maritime transportation, offshore energy renewal, aquaculture, seabed extractive activities, maritime biotechnology and bioprospecting, shipbuilding and repairs, freshwater generation, desalination, waste disposal management, etc. There's quite a lot that we can gain from the blue economy. This is outside the job opportunities that abound, and then even the submarine mining that is also available in the sector. As marine transport continues to play a strategic role in the global economy, with about 853 kilometers of long coastal line of Nigeria and its endowment of over 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways, I think that should provide us with a much needed trigger to process our economic development. But in looking at all these opportunities that abound, there's quite a lot that abound for us to take full advantage of for the benefit of our economy. As the last speaker also did remind us, about 90% of global trade is conducted by maritime transportation. The logistic chain of importation is not complete until goods are delivered to their destination. So we bring these goods to our country using the maritime routes to the major ports. It becomes very important, therefore, that we have to exploit the possibilities of our local inland transportation so that we can be able to get it down to the desired destination. It's quite cost effective, it's efficient, and also it's less polluting. It reduces the congestion on our roads, improves the connectivity of peripheral regions, help promote economic growth in a sustainable manner. With 3,000 kilometers being all year round navigable, like I did say yesterday, over 3,000 kilometers all year round navigable out of the existing over 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways, and 28 of our states out of the 36 of federation being accessible by inland waterways, a robust seaport hinterland connectivity should be a matter of priority, a matter of serious priority, because if we have all these potentials and these advantages, what we then need to do is to prioritize the need to improve on the connectivity so that we can link our hinterland effectively with the outpoints, the seaports that we have in our country. However, we appreciate all the advantages, but there are a lot of challenges that we are faced with. The territorial waters and exclusive economic zones under the purview of the African littoral states are extensive, spanning some 13 million square kilometers when you look at it from the African perspective, and their continental shelf stand at over a total area of 6.5 million kilometers. The continent is surrounded by both the Atlantic and Indian Oceans and by two semi-enclosed seas, the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. Africa also has the second largest and longest rivers and aquatic areas in the world, the Nile and the Congo. There are 63 international rivers basins covering approximately 64% of the entire continent's land area, of which both our Niger and our Benue are part of it. The African lakes themselves should ask Jimmy what he did. He used it and then finished. Now it's my turn. Jimmy, is it from your village? All right, like I was saying, the African Great Lakes constitute about 25% of surface fresh water. Yet Africans suffer great poverty arising from various challenges. These are potentials that we can explore to our own benefit. One major challenge we have in the issue of interconnectivity is the issue of lack of infrastructure. Yes, as we speak today, we have about 8 ports with 4 river ports today functional. Of the river ports, only 2 are completely functional. The other 2 are still undergoing various levels of construction. The one we have in Onitsha and the one we have in Barrow, both are 2 world-class ports already completed. But the one in Uguta and the one in Lokoja is still under construction. Yes, but there's lack of infrastructure. We need to get these ports completed. We need to develop new jetties along these routes. Because for us to be able to have this interconnectivity fully functional, we must get the receiving points ready. At the same time, also, there is a great need for us to open up these channels. Like I did say initially, we have over 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways in this country. We can access 28 states out of the 36 states. Yes, these are realities of the moment. But the truth about it still remains that of these over 10,000 kilometers, it's only about 3,800 and some fraction kilometers that are all year round navigable. What this translates to is that it is only this number that we can effectively use to move cargo from point one to the other. So there is a need for us to open up these channels. There's need for massive dredging to get these channels open so that we can take full advantage of what we have. Africa as a continent, we are in an advantage position as a global player in the tourism industry. So this is also an aspect that we need to take full advantage of. Tourism has great potentials and can strongly contribute to development and increase of our GDP. But a lot still has to be done. And in looking at our tourism, we also look at the security challenge that goes with it. Today we have that security challenge. Thank God with the Deep Blue project by Nimasa, we don't have that story anymore on our Gulf. But at the same time also in our inland waterways, we have engaged both the Navy, for which I am proud to say that they've been very cooperative and supportive. Both the Navy, the police and other armed forces like the Army, they've been quite supportive. But we need to get the security architecture properly addressed, because you can't talk about expanding the horizon when it has to do with our tourism without first of all addressing the security challenge. Otherwise, we cannot do that. So we need to understand that and then take full advantage of it. For us in NIWA, we've done quite a lot looking at all these challenges, looking at all the potentials that's available. I've talked about the issue of security. For me, it's of great concern because I found myself being confronted by prospective investors who want to get involved in our economy, who want to get involved in our maritime sector. But after all discussions, they'll tell you, what do we do about security? What do we do about opening up these channels and making sure that these channels are all year round navigable? So for us in NIWA, we have taken steps to make sure that we address these challenges with a view to opening up the waterways, the inland waterways. One, we have laid emphasis on enforcing all regulatory protocols. We have laid emphasis on it, and it's been consistent, laying emphasis on enforcement of all regulatory protocols to make sure that what we said should be done, the way vessels should operate, who should operate them, training of the captains, making sure that what is supposed to be done is what is done, so that we can create an enabling environment for that particular sector to grow. Another thing we've been able to do within this time is what we call maintenance dredging, trying to open up all these channels and keep them all year round navigable. It's quite a challenge because it's cost intensive. It has a lot of financial implication, but we've been able to maintain these channels that are all year round navigable for now, the over 3,800 kilometers, with a view to expanding and getting into other areas to be sure that we open up as much of these channels as possible. We've started that, and it's a continuous thing, and we continue to do that because we don't have the resources that is available that we require to be able to address the entire issue of channel opening by way of massive capital dredging. So we now lay emphasis on maintenance dredging from in-house. We don't give that as contract. We have our dredgers. We try to use that to open up these channels and keep them all year round navigable. Another thing we have also done, we have done test run, and we have actually moved cargo between Lagos and Onitsha, One and Onitsha, and then Ajokuta and Onitsha. We have been moving cargo gradually, but we need to do quite a lot in that regard. Because in doing that, if we get it to the point where we desire to be, one thing we would have succeeded in doing is helping in decongesting the ports in Lagos. At the same time, saving the road infrastructure, because our roads are not designed to carry the weight they are carrying. I try to create a scene, an analogy, when you have 5 million containers, because statistics have shown that over 60% of the containers that come into this country end in the southeast. So if the statistics is that 5 million containers are going to the southeast, what that implies is that 10 million containers will be, 10 million trailers will be on our roads. 5 million taking the containers there and 5 million taking the empty containers back. So if we're able to open up the channels and make our waterways constantly usable, then what we have succeeded in doing is removing this pressure from our roads and save our road infrastructure.
Dr. Moralo, you have 2 minutes more, please.
All right, we have successfully concessioned the Onitsha River Port, which has been there for over 40 years. We've been able to successfully concession it to Universal Elysium. There are foreign partners, Port of Antwerp, are already in Onitsha managing the port. We're also in discussion with other interest groups that are interested in taking over Barrow ports. Even excitedly, let me say that even the Uguta port and the Lokoja port that are still under construction, we have received unsolicited proposals and we are discussing with them so that we can be able to concession those ones too. A lot of investments have been done in building of new jetties. Since I came into office about 3 years ago, a lot of new jetties have been built, new ramps have been built in various locations. For want of time, I may not be able to start giving you the list. We have also been able to procure vessels, patrol vessels, like when I spoke the last time at the last session, I did mention that we have procured a lot of patrol vessels, which we've been distributing to our various area offices, even ferry boats given to some areas we think that need them. One other thing we have also done that is of great importance to us is the establishment of search and rescue stations. We've successfully completed 9 in 9 locations, and 3 other locations are undergoing procurement processes. It is our intention to make sure that at the end of the day, that every of our area office has a search and rescue outlet that we can use so that we can be able to address the issue of these post mishaps that happen. So in conclusion, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind us that we have a coastline of over 853 kilometers, 12,000 nautical miles territorial sea, a contiguous zone of 24 nautical miles, and exclusive economic zone of up to 200 nautical miles. Affords this country the sovereign rights for the purpose of exploring and exploiting, conserving and managing the natural resources, whether living or non-living, of the seabed and its subsoil, and with regard to other activities for the economic exploitation and exploration of the zone, such as the production of energy from water, current, and wind. Further entails a littoral state like Nigeria is on the continental shelf, not exceeding 350 nautical miles, with such sovereign rights to national resources. The opportunities abound, too much to ignore. Like I did say, there's quite a lot we can get from this, the blue economy. For me and for us in NIWA, we believe very strongly that the maritime sector has the potentials and capacity to contribute more to national development than even oil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. George Moralo, the Managing Director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, who has told us very clearly that the country has more than 10,000 kilometers of connected inland waterways, of which unfortunately only about 3,000 kilometers have year-round connectivity. We'll interrogate that in a bit more detail shortly. So thank you very much for that presentation. Next, I'll call on Mr. Damilola Emmanuel, who is the Managing Director of the Lagos State Waterways Authority, for his presentation. Please do a round of applause for him as he comes up, please.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluwadam Lola Emmanuel. I'm General Manager at Lagos State Waterways Authority, and it's a privilege to be here today to speak to you about Lagos State's intervention, even as we see this topic, which is a very critical topic. I don't want to preach to the choir because I believe that everyone in this room is well knowledgeable about a lot of things, and the federal counterpart, NIWA, has also spoken extensively. Dr. John Mogalu has spoken extensively, so I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that have been said, but I would just like to focus a lot more on how is Lagos State looking at the blue economy, and as it concerns this topic, where is our area of interest and where is our area of focus? I guess for us, please can you move to the 10th slide so we don't go through the rudimentary of all the initial information. Okay, I think this is the topic that was initially given to us. And as we look at it, from the high seas, as you know, where Lagos State Inland Waterways Authority. So what really concerns us is that what is the adverse effect that whatever is coming from the high sea is going to have for us within the inland waterways. And of course, as you know, Lagos State focuses a lot more on what we call integrated transportation system. So I'm not just developing water transportation in Lagos State. It concerns what is the road transportation saying and what is the rail transportation saying. So for us, we look at things a bit more holistically, and what is the adverse effect all of this is going to have on the economy. So what have we been able to do? Of course, we believe that research is key, data is key. So we decided that it was very, very important that we set up, I would say, probably first of its kind, an inland waterways command and control center, which is about to be commissioned anytime now by His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. And the whole idea of the control room is to begin to gather data, monitor the activities on the waterways, and even help us with security, because we believe that security is a very, very, very major factor which must be considered in on the inland waterways. Can we go up to the next slide, please? This just is an idea of how we see the whole network, which I'm sure you know. Next slide, please. What are some of the hindrances? A weak legal policy and regulatory framework, pollution, inadequate infrastructure, which obviously both the federal and state regulators have been doing a lot in terms of putting together the infrastructure. But I found out that in terms of infrastructure, there were a lot of infrastructure which, for example, within Lagos were existing. As you know, out of the 20 local governments in Lagos State, 15 are accessible by water. And in the times past, we realized that even local governments had built jetties and had facilities which were using to convey goods, as we may see them even from back then. So one of the things I was able to point out to the Honorable Commissioner and of course Mr. Governor is that let's utilize the existing jetties and infrastructure we have. Let's look for how to ensure that we can upgrade the existing infrastructure and meet the current demands and challenges of today. And what is that? Ensuring that one, we can easily move passengers, and of course, where there's availability of land, create land space by the side of the jetties so we have both passenger and cargo transportation, and that way it helps even helps decongest, and of course look at the road connectivity, because within Lagos we don't want a situation whereby you land the cargo or passengers land and then there's no way for them to get to their last mile and for them to get connected. We hear what's happening even with the Lekki deep sea port, and it's very, very important. I'm happy that we're knowing that we're pushing that agenda to ensure that we are able to move cargo by the waterways. If you look at Lagos, you have the Badagry division, which obviously is coming up with a port very soon. You have Ekpe, you have Ikorodu. These are major zones which will lead to other states and which are very, very important for us to ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure to receive what is coming in and then move them to their final destinations. Next slide, please. This is just some of the pictures which you know as well. Next slide. Now, what are a few of the interventions we've been able to do? One of the critical things we realized that there were issues around fueling on the waterways. What was happening, for example, with the boat operators and other ones we're using, we found out that they were carrying kegs and buying kegs from the petrol stations, and we said, no, this should not be. So, of course, we now, obviously, we have what we call Ibile Oil and Gas, which helps us ensure that we can provide fuel dump stations at strategic locations. As I speak today, we have one in Falon which had been existing for about 2-3 years. So we have all those boats around those zones, and even the ones coming from the east, from Ikorodu, no longer using kegs to buy petrol. Because for us, it was very, very key that we're able to manage that situation. And now we also have in the Ijegun-Egba axis, which covers the west of Lagos, and also in our Ikorodu terminal, which covers the east of Lagos. So we cover the east, west, and central in terms of fueling. So we can either fuel both barges and also ferries as well. And that's the command and control center, which I mentioned earlier as well. That's an image of what it exactly looks like. And then we have, of course, patrol boats, which have been procured. Next slide, please. Just laying the groundwork, I think this is something that doesn't need to be spoken about. Next slide. This is an opportunity we've seen because we realize that a lot of the barges, we've realized that in Lagos State, for example, within Lagos State, let me give this example. We recently, about 2 years ago, introduced Lagos Ferry Services, which is the state-run ferry. And I want to ask a question, why is the state government getting involved in ferry transportation? Our intention is not to compete with the existing operators. Actually, the reason why the ferry operations is there is actually to set a benchmark for what we want to see private operators use on our waterways. And over 80% of the ferries that Lagos Ferry Services are currently using were actually produced, they were actually manufactured in Lagos and actually even Warri, because it shows that indeed there's a competence in these locations. And we also believe that there's no reason why even the barges as well should not be produced within Lagos as well. So we're looking at those opportunities, and we want to ensure that we can create the enabling environment, because at the end of the day, we want the private sector to definitely drive this sector. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you very much. I think I was able to do a bit of justice, and I didn't want to talk too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dabilola Emmanuel, for putting up a very broad overview of what Lagos State government is doing within a very short time and doing it under 10 minutes. Thank you very much for that. And a round of applause for him once again. Okay, so I'd like us to delve into the discussion now, and we'll start with those of us who didn't have any formal presentations. Okay, you do have a presentation. Okay, so please join me to welcome Rollins McFoy, who is going to come to us from a crew management point of view. She's a major crew manager within the country and runs Ocean Deep Services. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. A lot has been spoken, and I'm coming from the angle. These are serious service chiefs, very, very high ones, and at the helm of affairs. They've all spoken about what they have observed and what they are doing. But I'm coming from the perspective of the general public, our expectations and our observations. I kindly request that you go to the slide of blue economy sector. Well, I don't want to talk about the hinterland, the high seas. We've all had the definitions and practical explanations of what they are. I'm talking about blue economy sectors, pictorials. I want to just quickly, I'm going to beat you to it. I'm going to give just 5 minutes or 4 minutes. I want to quickly highlight, the sectors of blue economy. What you can gain, there are so many sectors there. You have the biotechnology, you have the renewable energy, You have the maritime education research, surveillance, which is ship security, maritime security, what we are seeing now that has taken, it's a very serious turn, from the Gulf of Guinea to even our local, our coastal environment. And of course, you have oil and gas, which are taking the lead all this while. A lot of people have been talking oil and gas, oil and gas, oil and gas, thinking that was the only thing in blue economy. But the emergence of blue economy now has exposed every of this sector that you're seeing here. You have even sea salt production, and you have tourism. A lot of people don't know that tourism is in maritime. It's a very big aspect and a very, fine aspect of it. That's why you have the cruise ships and co. in various countries. We don't have one here, but we are believing that, I don't ever believe anything is going to spoil. Here I am, I'm an African woman, and here I stay. I watched it when I was small. It was very fine. Now I'm here. It's like this, and I know it's going to get better. I believe it. I believe in Nigeria. Next sec. Okay, these are the benefits you can get from going through all that. So let's go straight to inland water. Let's go straight to the hinterland. I'm coming from the perspective of how do we get goods and services to the hinterland? Because blue economy cannot be successful if what is brought from the sea does not get to the hinterland. If we just go around it in the sea, the people to consume the services, the goods and all that, everything, they are all in the hinterland or in the cities. And if you look at it, the cities, what are the cities? When a city becomes clustered, so congested like our Lagos of today, our Lagos of today was not our Lagos of yesterday. And when it becomes like that, it's no longer interesting. It then means that city is overdeveloped, overpopulated. No, it might not even be overdeveloped. It has become saturated and become uncomfortable for the people that are living there. So there is a great need for the products of blue economy to get into the hinterlands. And when these goods get there, then we will achieve what is called civilization. Because you don't even need to move to the great cities anymore. From wherever you are, you will harness the benefits of blue economy, and you will prosper, and you will get gainful jobs, and you will not have to travel 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours to come to work or go to work. Ladies and gentlemen, when you travel 4 hours to get to work and you travel 4 hours to go back, how many hours do you have left? All right, so the essence of blue economy is to make us comfortable, to bring growth and development. But we look at it from the public perspective. Are we really getting the growth and development? No, rather what we're having is saturated mega cities. And if it is, then we are not getting the benefit of blue economy, because here we are fighting with greenhouse gas, fighting with climate change and all that. All these are the adverse effects of the blue economy, which means blue economy, the network, the roads and all that has to be decentralized. Okay, and then of course it improves livelihood and creates jobs. People in the hinterland are crying for jobs, no jobs. Logistics and transport. When you go down there, you have offices there, and because how do you do that? You have good roads, you have accessible rail, you have, very good inland waterway that takes barges, do you realize that we can move our goods with tugboats to other states rather than putting them? It's not everything that the barge can carry. There are things that tugboats can move easily. You can buy clothes, whatever, from here. For those of you who trade, even for the, coastal areas, you trade in crayfish and all that, you can move it by tugboat to the next country, to the next state. You don't have to go on road, you don't have to endanger your life, now we have insecurity, you don't have to think about that. All these are benefits of blue economy. So blue economy, is it properly harnessed? And if it is not properly harnessed, and people are not profiting or benefiting from it, what is the way forward? Now if we have to talk about the way forward, we have to talk about the benefits of components of the ocean. We said the ocean houses 90% of the economy, world economy, not just a country's economy. We're talking again that it houses 80% of world trade and has 70% of trade value and also 97% of water resources, which creates this value. And if this is so, then we have to start thinking seriously about decongestion, clustering, and then we have to start making our rails work very well. We have to, inland waterways all around, they have been making improvements. And then let's talk about
2 minutes more, please.
Yeah, let's talk about moving from here to the east, west, south, on tugboats and all that, and even carrying the trucks, containers. We are doing, but let's do enough. All right. And lastly, I will say that we have hindrances. And our hindrances are lack of orderliness and bottlenecks, like what is going on in Lagos. For about 10 years now, we've been trying to manage tankers and trailers. I do not know. In my own personal opinion, questions I always ask, is it the tankers are not yielding to instruction, or the trailers or the trucks, they are not yielding to instructions? Or is it that there is a lacuna in the process of these instructions and carrying out our administrative work? Then, of course, we have insufficient information exchange. We have data problem. And we know we have political will. Then, of course, what do we expect? We expect adequate information, adequate penalties. If you tow a truck today and tell them 500,000, no truck, you won't see any truck on the road anymore. They will stay where they are supposed to stay until when it is time. Then we're talking about improved data system, which I have talked about. Coordination amongst parastatals that are responsible for all this logistics. Coordination, cooperation, understanding, and to have a smooth running. Though they are different, LASWA is here, MPA, NIWA and all that, but we need serious cooperation among them. Every fortnight, or for instance, or every month, they should sit around. I know they do it, but they should do more. Then lastly, we have also the challenges that should be looked at. Compliance issues.
Your time is now up, so if you could just round off, please.
Yeah, I'm rounding up right now. We have the compliance issues, the issues of pollution. Who does the pollution? How many vessels have been arrested and how many have been prosecuted? Local content, our cabotage, is it functional? How many foreign vessels have purely Nigerians? Why are we not there? That's a major source of income for blue economy for any country. We have the maritime security, the cyber attack, the piracy. We have the comprehensive other things, and then finally, last, we have to pay more attention to workshops on coral reefs, seagrass, mangroves, coastal fishing, tourism, oil and gas, mineral mining, coastal pollution, effects on algae and acidification and climate change. When we pay more attention to this and we are able to achieve it, and then we are able to achieve proper and smooth, seamless movement from here to the hinterland, then we can say that we are a developed nation, and then we can say that we have truly harnessed the benefits of blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rollins McFoy. Thank you very much. So I think we have the opportunity of Thank you. So let's approach this subject from a completely different perspective now. And I think we'll do that through the eyes of Otumba Olawale Akimboboye, who is within the tourism sector. So could you give us your perspectives on how we could harness this blue economy subject from that unique point that we are operating in?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's okay, I do it from here, right? I think that we must first begin by understanding that maritime, I need to make a quick correction here, is all tourism activity. It's referred to as what you called business tourism, movement of goods back and forth. It's all weaved around tourism. When you talk also about recreation, when you talk about movement on the high sea, it's either you move for entertainment purposes or leisure or business. It's a bit disturbing, and I think to a large extent even criminal, what we've done with approximately 853 kilometers of beachfront spread in about 6 different states of Nigeria. The whole of Dubai has a total of 72 kilometers of beach area, and they have a total population, the Emiratis themselves, of about 750,000 people. They also naturalized about 2-3 million people. So we're talking about a total population of about 3.8 million people approximately. Now these folks generate approximately 19.5 million visitors on an annual basis, almost 20 million visitors. Multiply that by just $1,000 to $3,000. And if you take our 850 kilometers, ours is laced with not just the blue economy, it's blue and green. I like to call it blue and green. Because if you go on the beach of the resort, on the right side you see the blue ocean, on the left side you see palm trees, and then you see the best of mangrove, all nature. So we have a combination of both green and blue economy. We started recently what you call a beach safari, where you take the quad bike and you can travel from the resort all the way to Ondo State. Now, when people come from the high sea, let's talk about the movement from the high sea many years ago, where they came for trade. And the trade they found was slave trade. They took approximately 400 million of our people that have multiplied today to about 1.2 billion people living in the United States of America, the Americas, and the Caribbean, Brazil. Now, that lemon we refer to as slave trade must now be squeezed through tourism. And we need to add a bit of water, a bit of ginger, a bit of honey, and make it sweet. Transform it to a lemonade for everybody to drink and be refreshed. By bringing them back through the same way they left many years ago. I look at the African advantage of about 1.2 billion people in the continent, and maybe additional 1.1 billion in diaspora. And so we are about 2.8 million people. We are bigger than China. China is just 1.4, and they have maximum of about 9.3 million square kilometers of area. The whole continent of Africa is sitting on 30.2 million square kilometers of area. With the number of people we have, I think The mention earlier, the first speaker indicated that we are the trigger for Africa. If you look at the shape of Africa, it's the shape of a gun. And right where the trigger is, where you find Nigeria. So our 923,677,000 square kilometers of area, plus what we have, 853 kilometers of area. I believe strongly that if we focus on tourism and see how we can make sure that the trade of tourism, we take advantage of it, because that's the only area where we have a total advantage. When containers come to Nigeria in droves, they come filled up with other people's culture, they come filled up with other people's goods. When they're going back out of Nigeria, they go back empty, because we are only producing oil. We used to fill those containers in the olden days with cocoa, with granules. Not anymore. These are things we now need to look at, that, okay, the best way to take advantage of what we have today is through our music, through our culture, through our dance. We have total monopoly over that. And then we then now have the blue and the green economy that have the best of the greenery. Palm trees. I had gone to a town called Ikegun in 1984 to camp and create the first authentic African themed resort called La Campagne Tropicana. Today, they had only 4 concrete houses at the time. Now today is over 4,000 plus concrete houses. Because the people that work in the resort in that environment, taking advantage of the economy of that environment, they don't have to pay for transportation, for feeding, for food, for accommodation. And they collect and build their houses gradually over a period of the past now almost 40 years. Now, when you come out of the ocean, what you meet, when you come out of the sea to get to the hinterland, you meet the real people of Nigeria, the real people of Africa, natural people, calm people, respectable people with very minimal demand and need. So if we provide for these people an opportunity to grow, that is where you need to begin to develop Nigeria. That is where we have a competitive advantage. And we talk regularly. I want to talk about this very gradually. I usually don't answer to questions of security. A lot of people talk about security issues when it comes to tourism and what we do in life. I believe security will never end. Security issues, I think, began from the days of the Garden of Eden, when betrayal, if you want to look at it. And it has never gotten better. It will never get better. It's going to keep getting more difficult and tough. Why? Because, of course, we have issues with what you can refer to as unemployment, problems with jobs, lack of creation of jobs. The World Trade Center was hit on the 11th of November, and that is one of the most secured structures in the world. And they were about to go and hit the Pentagon. Out of us, as a matter of fact, they hit the Pentagon. And they went to the White House. In 2019, New York City got a total of about 63 million international visitors. They got 54 million domestic visitors in 2019. That is to tell you that security is no longer really what should stop us from doing what we have to do. What you do as far as security issues are concerned is you declare tourism zone, maritime zone, or whatever zone you want to call it, and put in place adequate security there. If we take out of the 853 kilometers of area that is our beachfront, and we decided that we want to use 25 kilometers, to start with 25 kilometers, using Lagos, because they have very good system for water transportation. So let's begin from Lagos. Let's take 25 kilometers of that. Let's make sure, I'll round up in just a minute. Let's make sure that we bring the best of security there. We bring in their solar lights, solar cameras. We bring in patrol system. We bring in covert operations, overt operations, so that at 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, people can walk around. People go to Israel today. In the middle of bombs dropping with the Palestinians, people fly there for religious tourism. People go to Egypt. They go to different parts of the world. What we must do is to make sure that we create a safe region that we can begin our development from. But if we say we want to sit back and expect security to go away before we start, I think we will never start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Otumba. I think that's a great place to stop. Thank you very much. Otumba Olawale Akimboboye, founder of Campaign Tropicana.
Sorry, mother, it's Olawanle.
Olawanle?
Yes.
Olawanle Akimboboye. Yes. Thank you very much for that. Now, I mean, you know, the point has been made severally that Nigeria is a trigger for Africa. I don't know whether that is good or bad, really. And that's really for us to interrogate. I mean, a trigger could be a trigger to kill, or it could be a trigger to create value. So the question then is, and I'd like to start with you, Dr. Mogalu. Okay? We have identified significant problems, okay? And one of those that you've identified is the challenge of non-connectivity due to siltation. Now, my question to you: if out of 10,000 kilometers, only 3,000 kilometers are connected all year round, what is being done or could be done to ensure that the capital dredging which we're talking about is consistent and that the 10,000 kilometers is dredged all year round? Do you have any PPP options that could achieve this?
Yeah, like I did say earlier, we have over 3,000 kilometers all year round navigable. And that efforts is being made, one, to make sure that these 3,800 kilometers are constantly all year navigable, and then keep expanding on a gradual basis. You see, dredging is a capital intensive project. By 2012, 2013, 2014, there was a massive capital dredging that took place in this country. Since then, no capital dredging has taken place. But what we do as an agency, working within the limits of the resources that are available to us, is to do what we call maintenance dredging. And that involves our doing constantly our survey, the survey department, doing biometric survey and presenting out with surveys, and we keep identifying silted areas and then keep opening them up and making sure that these channels are open.
If I may me ask you just a very quick follow-up to that.
Yes.
That capital dredging that was done in 2012,
Yeah.
does your data suggest that there was any value added by that capital dredging?
Oh, certainly. Once there is dredging, once you do dredging, there's value added, because what you mean by dredging is that you're opening up channels, you're deepening the channels so that they can take in more water, so that they can improve on the flow. Because you see, what we have consistently encouraged since I came on board is to encourage using flat bottom barges that can operate even when the draft is as low as 2.5, that can operate even as low as 2 meters. The barges can comfortably go because they are flat bottom barges. All right? But there are areas that are far more than that in terms of depth. So what we do is, as you have silting, which is a constant thing, it's not a one-off thing, you remove, based on the report your biometric survey, the bathymetric survey gives you, you keep removing and making sure that those channels are open. But if the resources were to be available, you can do massive dredging, even taking advantage of those areas that have not been dredged.
Talking of resources,
yes.
Are you involved in the private sector? The government need not do everything alone.
Yes, I'm going towards that. Like about, I just a quick example. Barely 2 months ago, we had a conclusive meeting with a Chinese company that is interested in managing our channels. They've identified the areas they want to work with us, all right, so that they can get involved in opening up additional channels. Like I did mention to you, we have unsolicited proposals now for people who are interested in the Barrow port, all right, Barrow River port, and we're talking with them. The part of our discussion with them is to the extent that they will also get involved in opening up the Barrow channel up to Onitsha, to make sure that it is constantly open, so that cargo goods can move on that channel. Like I did say also in the course of my presentation, one of the things we have done now is to move cargo between Ajokuta and Onitsha. There was a bathymetric survey that was done, and then we did maintenance dredging and opened up the channel. Now cargo is moving between Ajokuta and Onitsha on a regular basis, because this ceramic company that is based in Ajokuta that makes tiles, they move finished tile product using barges to Onitsha and move their raw materials from Onitsha to Ajokuta. And
finally, for you, there are people in this audience who actually are interested in contributing by way of dredging to the solutions to the problems we're having.
Yeah.
What do you have for them?
Oh no, let us engage them. I'll be glad to engage them. Anybody who is interested, any organization that's interested, we engage them. We need to open these channels, because you can't talk about access in the hinterland without opening the channels up for vessels to. What access are you creating? Is to move cargo or to move passengers. So for you to move that, because if you don't open up the channels, there is no way a vessel can operate when the draft is very shallow and that the vessel cannot move.
Thank you very much. I'd like you to stop there for now.
Okay.
And I'll throw a question to you, Damilola. Now we want to open up the opportunities for investors and operators, but one of the challenges which they have when they get to Niwa in Lagos is that Lagos State government is venturing, if I may put it that way, in fields that are supposed to be regulated by Niwa, or that Niwa is venturing into fields that are supposed to be regulated by Lagos State government. Now, we do know that there's been a challenge relating to conflicts of judgments or conflicts of roles between the Lagos State and Niwa. What is being done? What is the position as of now, and what is being done to ensure that the investments are not being constrained by these interagency challenges? Very quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, this is an issue that has been going for the longest time possible. But I'm not saying this because the MD is here, but I think the MD too will bear witness that in the last 2-3 years, we've found ways to make sure we work together, because at the end of the day, it's about development of be it Lagos State, be it other states as well. So we found ways to ensure that at the end of the day, we don't want to stifle investment and we don't want to discourage possible investors from coming. And remember, you mentioned it, every one of us, whether we're state or federal, we have limited amount of resources. There's no amount or there's no single arm of government that will be able to adequately take care of all that the waterways require. So I see like a tripartite relationship. There's the federal, there's the state, and of course there's the private sector. Because when all three of us all work together, then there's room to cause sustainable development. So if it doesn't pay me to cause, we want private operators to come into the sector. So for anything that would stop that, it's something that obviously, and of course, this is also something that I've had to liaise with my principals, the Commissioner for Transportation, and even the governor as well, who have supported and said we must find a way to make this work together, because at the end of the day, we must push sustainable development. So that's what we've been doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to come to you, Honorable Jimmy. Now, we're talking about going to the hinterlands and getting value from the blue economy going inwards. Question. The Nigerian Shippers Council has forever, in fact, for the last almost 15 years, being on this subject of inland dry ports. Where are we now? Is there any value coming from it as at today?
Well, as I indicated in my statement, the inland dry ports are an integral part of how we go forward in delivering on our objectives as far as the blue economy is concerned. There's no question about this. And I agree with you, we've been doing this over the long haul. Recently, though, there have been developments that I believe are of interest, to the shipping community generally. As I said, we at least have an example of 2 dry ports. The Kaduna Inland Dry Port is already up and running. It's been operating for about a year now. The Dala Inland Dry Port in Kano was only recently declared and designated as a port of origin and destination by the federal government. Operations have commenced in Dala Dry Port as well. There are a couple of other dry ports around the country, in Jos, the Haipang, and of course that in Funtua, by the way, in Katsina State, is almost at the same level of development as that of the Dala Dry Port.
Those that are operating, how are you evacuating cargo to them for now?
Sorry?
Those that are operating, that you've indicated are already operational, how are you evacuating cargo to those ports? How is cargo being moved to those ports right now?
Okay, at the moment, we obviously are using the major mode of evacuation, which is road. But there has been discussions and some level of connectivity and work between us and the Nigeria Railways. So the old mode of railway transportation is still basically being used. It's not obviously as effective as one would want it to be. But at the moment, it is actually more of the road mode of transportation by the use of trucks. That's actually how the dry ports are being fed. But going forward, we are comfortable with the level of work that has gone in the nature of the cooperation between the dry ports and the Nigeria Railways. And so I can confirm that some of the dry ports, particularly that in Kaduna, at the moment is being fed also by the Nigeria Railways, not as effective as one would want to. But the bottom line is that there is a recognition that unless and until we're able to deliver on the dry ports, then we're not even able to start the process really of ensuring that shipping is carried into the hinterlands in the way that can ultimately benefit the blue economy concept that we're discussing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, I'll be coming to you shortly, Otumba and Mrs. McFoy. But I want to know if there are any questions in the audience. Please, let's take the mic there. Any questions in the audience? Let's just identify some hands. Well, okay. There's a gentleman right there in the middle. Yes? Just okay, and 2 more at the back. So indicate your question, a very short question, who it's addressed to, and we'll proceed from there. Let's take. Do you have the mic? Okay, he has the mic, so proceed, please.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Essien from Lekki Freeport Terminal, Ibeju. So my question goes to Mr. Mugalu. We spoke about the interconnectivity, and my question is, for the parts that have been charted, do we have the charts available? First of all, where can we get those charts, and how often are those charts made available to the public?
Okay, thank you. The questions will be taken at the same time. Okay, there's a lady on the side, on the other side there, yes.
Okay, my name is Mrs. Margaret Obonna from Nigerian Shippers Council. My question is to MD Niwa and also the General Manager Laswa. There is this observation of proliferation of jetties along the coastal lines. I don't know the standards that is being set for these jetties, because the construction of these jetties also have a direct impact on the sustainability of the blue economy, in the sense that if the standard of the craft going to the jetties are not set, or the jetties themselves are not under a specific standard, it has an effect, overall effect, on the environment, both the living organisms in the water. So we have this proliferation of jetties that are, some are under the Lagos state government. I know the ones of the NIWA are from the federal government, but basically we don't have standard or policy on what should be the distances between jetties. One, just like you don't have ports littered all the coastlines.
Okay,
so the
thank
same
you.
way we have jetties in some obscure places being erected without basic standards of construction.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, there's the DG of the Chamber of Shipping, first of all, before we meet the president of the shipowners. Yes.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. The first one is to the LASWA MD. What is the standard you have for managing accident situations? We've seen cases where we've had collision. We've seen cases where we have accidents due to overloading. And then you mentioned something about building ferries. So what's the standard? What kind of ferries do we have? What kind of boats do we have charting the course, the inland waterways? Then I wanted to ask a question to Otumba. Otumba, sir, you said something about us going ahead with, the intensifying efforts on tourism despite the security situation. And I dare to say that you mentioned that ours is kind of peculiar, because ours is about banditry and terrorism, and Nigeria has been listed as one of the dangerous countries to visit now. I don't know if we have that information. So in line with this development, do you think tourism is still sellable? Do you think it's something that we could still push as an agenda for growth and economic sustainability? And then I want to say something about the water hyacinth. Scientifically, water hyacinth cannot be taken off along the coastlines or from the blue economy. It's been seen to be something we could tap into. Now the question is, what ministry is in charge of mining of water hyacinths? Because if we harness the opportunities in mining water hyacinths, I think that will also help our blue economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Onyong?
Yes, mine is just to sound, a kind of caution. I heard the MD of MPA talking about dredging to like 15 meters and that kind of a thing. God created the rivers and the oceans, and they made the rivers not to be too deep, and some are shallow. Some of us knew what happened at Bar Beach and how Bar Beach was actually arrested. They used heavy rocks. In fact, they had to build them to specification, to put them right on the bank of the ocean, to be able to arrest the waves that are coming. So in other climes, actually in China, we've seen that they actually take those heavy rocks and put them on the bed of the river and create a kind of channel so that when you dredge, the embankment can be held. So I want us, and then you can have a channel, and that's how the Suez Canal and Panama Canals were created. So I think we can use that in our climb so that we don't get into the danger of dredging every year, dredging every government, and massive dredging and the sort. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lady at the back raising her hand there. I think we'll just take that one and one more, then we'll have a wave of answers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Princess Margaret. I represent Women in Logistics and Transport here. My question is to Lagos Waterways and NIWA. I'm looking from Festac Axis, that's Badagry Expressway, and I want to come to Lekki here. I have to go through that road to Lagos Island, then come in with this traffic. Every day people are dying on the road. Stress, those driving, they're dying on steering. The only way I figure out myself to be here is I have to go through Apapa, take a transport to Apapa, then I will now go through the ferry to Marina before I can now probably come through the road to Lekki. Is there nothing that these two bodies can do to alleviate that problem, to solve that problem? We have my 2 jetty or whatever you call it there. Nothing is happening that has to do with the people.
Okay, so
this question is for these two organizations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one last question. At the back, let's have someone from the back. Yes, the gentleman with his hands right there at the back.
My name is Abbas Ismail. My question is on maritime insecurity. Is there any technological strategy that can be used to address the issue of the maritime insecurity in our territorial waters? Second question is on the intermodal transport system. We have so many challenges in our maritime business, and there is a kind of non-connectivity of the intermodal transport system. What are the strategies are in place to address such challenges?
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take a wave of answers and we'll try to attempt if we'll take maybe 1 or 2 more questions. I'll just request that your answers be very short, straight to the point. If it can be in 1 minute, perfect. Okay? So we'll start with Niwa. I think there are 2 questions to you or 3 questions to you. Okay, good. So just proceed. You can use this.
Thank you. The first question that came was whether the charts we are doing, whether we have charts available. The answer is yes. If there's a need for you to have the charts concerning the areas we have charted, you write and ask for it. We'll make it available to you. We have charts. Then the other one is about proliferation of jetties along the coastlines. Within the purview of the authority of the inland waterways, as provided by law, for you to build a jetty on the coastlines, you must get approval of NIWA once it is within the inland waterways that is within our purview in terms of management. But if it's on the coastlines, NPA handles that. But I can tell you that there is a committee on approval for the construction of jetties headed by the Minister of Transportation, a presidential committee on jetties, and they approve jetties. But what they usually do is that they when requests come, they send it to us if it is within our own area, or they send it to MPA if it's within their own areas. But for us as an organization, we have a standard procedure for approval of jetties, and you must meet that standard before we give you authorization or license you to build a jetty. That is the practice. Then, okay, the other one for last one, that's management of accident situations. It was sent to last one. Then water hyacinth. Yes, water hyacinth, you know, is not a one-off thing. It's annual. It's like a ritual now. Since I came into NIWA, and even before I came, there is no yearly procurement process that has no provision for the removal of water hyacinth. As you remove them, by the next rainy season, it still comes back. So we keep doing that. It's not a regular thing. It's like floating debris. You must remove them because because of our way of managing refuse, our waste management mentality. If you don't remove floating debris, it will pile. If you remove them this year, by next year also, it will keep generating, and it's a constant thing. It's something we do every year. Just like water hyacinth, we keep removing them. We keep removing them on a regular basis, but the next rainy season, I understand it travels from outside our country and comes into Nigeria. So it's a thing we do on a constant basis. Somebody had raised the issue of trying to see whether we can use the water hyacinth and convert it to another end product. Yes, that possibility is being surveyed. A team has come to me, we've discussed it, we've had a meeting, and we're ready to partner with them. It's a private sector player, and they have shown interest. The vessels, we license them, we encourage them, we support them, we provide them the needed logistics to make sure they run. But we don't have vessels ourselves that we run as an organization. But we regulate, we create an enabling environment. We don't get involved in the operations of these vessels. But we try to standardize it, create the regulations that are required, the protocols that are needed to ensure safety, to ensure that the process runs smoothly. But we don't get involved in operating these vessels ourselves. Then I don't know whether the maritime security was addressed to me or...
I think Otumba is addressed to Otumba.
It was addressed to Otumba, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then, yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Damilola, could you just address quickly the issue of the standards of safety that LASWA is adopting?
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of, I think, the question around jetties as well, we realized, and this was something that both federal and state realized, was that a lot of the jetties were actually concrete jetties, and it was important to ensure that you can attach what we call floating pontoons to enable ease of disembarking for the passengers, and this even allows multiple boats to berth at the same time. So it was important that we started to install those floating pontoons attached to those jetties. In terms of managing accident situations, I want us to even look at just this year alone. This year alone, we had just 2 major accidents that happened on the waterways, even though they happened back to back within the same week. And we don't think that's a coincidence. We think it's deliberate effort of both state and federal to see that what are the causes of accidents on our waterways. One, when people break night travel, that is a lot of the time we found out that the operators are doing that, and of course whenever they are caught they face stiff penalties, and of course sometimes as well is negligence on the part of the operators. Even this year alone as well, one of the operators who was negligent was sentenced to life imprisonment because he risked the lives of passengers and made many passengers lose their lives. So for us, in terms of responding to incidents, that is why I want to also mention that we now have the command and control center, which will make it easy for you to be able to respond in terms of emergencies. We also have search and rescue units which go out on a daily basis, and we have numbers you can reach us in terms of any emergencies, and we've tried to do a lot of awareness and sensitization around the issue of wearing your life jackets, because that's one singular component that will keep you safe. Unfortunately, the accident that happened in July, which was in Ikorodu, the 2 people who unfortunately lost their lives, the 2 of them were found that they didn't have their life jackets on, which they probably were wearing their life jacket. But what usually happens is that when they get in the boats, people feel, I'm hot, I'm this, so they strap, they release it, and all the other 17 had their life jackets on, and it was able to save them. So continuous awareness and sensitization as well. Water hyacinth, whenever water icing happens within Lagos, we know that it centralizes in Ikorodu, Badagry, Ekpe, certain places it goes to. Now, we cannot say we're going to pack all of the water hyacinth on the entire inland waterways within Lagos State. But what we do is that how does it affect the operations of boat operators who are under us? So, for example, in Ikorodu, both Laswa and Niwa will deploy the water icing machine, but we've gone even beyond that. Currently with Laswa, I have a partnership with a body called Maritime, who is a world-recognized body which is transforming the water hyacinth into marketable products which women and youth are being trained in communities. We've been doing this for the past 4 years. She currently even has a store, even in our facility in Falomo. And not only that, secondly, we also found out there was an individual who also transforms water hyacinth into something called biochar. And biochar is a manure that they use in farmlands all around. And this is something that we started last year, and we're also going to do this year before the end of the year as well. So there's also innovative means coming up of this water hyacinth, and we're able to do that. Finally, concerning the lady who spoke about coming from Festac down here. Now for us, we focus on the eastern axis, which is the corridor axis, and there's a lot of activity down there. But for the Festac axis, there's the Ebute Ojo terminal and the Ijegu-Egba terminal. The Ijegu-Egba terminal has currently been renovated and is part of the ones that are going to be commissioned by the state government as well before the end of the year. So with that, we believe that it will also encourage private operators as well as the state ferry services. Because what the state ferry services actually is there to do is complement and look for those areas where private operators probably are not going, and provide boats so that people can easily commute from that axis down here as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Otumba, I think you can round off with the question on whether tourism is still sellable in view of the insecurity problems. And you may make a comment on what technology could be used to address maritime insecurity.
Now, let me quickly make a correction. When we talk about tourism, we quickly latch on to international travels. People that want to come and sit by the beachfront and enjoy. That is just one fragment of tourism. You have people that travel for business. You have people that travel for medical reasons. It's called medical tourism. You have people that travel for religious reasons, conference reasons. These are different forms of tourism movement. Now, there are two types of tourism: domestic tourism and international tourism. We tend to focus more on international tourism. You know, I had mentioned to you earlier that New York City recorded in 2019, before COVID, 66.6 million visitors from different parts of the world, and 53.4 million visitors came to New York City from the United States of America, from Maryland, from Houston, different parts of the world. That is called domestic tourism. Those of us that are here today, we are tourists, we are business tourists, we are conference tourists, domestic conference tourists. Now, you mentioned that our own case in Nigeria is peculiar, that is terrorism. What happened in New York City, 9/11 was terrorism, where over 2,000 people were killed. So terrorism is not peculiar to Nigeria. And you need to understand that we have to put in place on a regular basis a system to be ahead. We have to be proactive in area of tourism operations. If we are sitting back and expecting, there are so many tools today that you can use for tourism operations, from CCTV monitoring, from covert overt operations. There are so many things you can do for security issues. Now, when we talk about maritime security, it's a totally different ballgame entirely. The degree of attack you find in maritime is different from the type of security issues you have in Aja, for example, or the type of security issues you will have in places like Ajegunle or in the hinterlands. You find out that most perpetrators love to operate close to where they live. They prefer to operate from a distance that is not far from their comfort zone. So if you're talking about maritime, you have to be a grade A perpetrator, not a grade C or B perpetrator.
Okay,
grade A perpetrators are those that have the resources to buy boats, to buy gunships, to attack you on the high seas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Otumba, for that insight. Mrs. McFoy, any final comments on the subject of maritime insecurity and how technology could resolve it?
Thank you. Maritime insecurity, like Otumba said, is not peculiar to us alone. We know 9/11 and so many other things, Gulf of Guinea and all that. But it's an ongoing thing, and not to scare anybody. We will live with it. We can only manage it, because you cannot get the bad people out totally and entirely. So what we need to do is to improve on our surveillance, and then of course educate people and educate practitioners or professionals on what to do and how to do it. And that is why, of course, you see that in the STCW trainings for people in the maritime industry, or for especially seafarers and for maritime security professionals, you have 5 aspects of the maritime security training. You have the designated duty, you have the SSO, you have the PFSO, you have 5 of them. So whichever way, even for you as an SSO in the office, or as a CSO in the office, even for you as a person on board a ship, most times, even if it's a cruise ship, you are educated or briefed on what to do when you come into a zone that is not secured, or when you come in contact with piracy or whatever. So it's been properly captured, and then if we do our duties well, like the crews on vessels, if they do their duties well, they will spot this from afar, and we will be able to get ourselves out of trouble at all times. So for crews and for passengers and for practitioners, we in the education industry of maritime security, we appeal that get your facts, read wide, and know what to do. If you don't know what to do, ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think with that we can close this particular session. Okay, the session is over now, but let's give one opportunity to CRFFN, the registrar of CRFFN, to make a comment.
It's just a contribution. For maritime securities, we've just come back from Apapa, from Nimasa, and we are all impressed with what we saw. The technology they deployed, the demonstrations they made for us, was quite impressive. And for those of you who are in the industry, we know that security, there has been an improvement in security within our waters. Like what we saw today, was really awesome. The Secretary General was impressed. I was impressed. That was the first time I had gone into their control room. I just thought I should drop this for those of us who are worried. Yes, we are not there, but something is being done about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think with that, we come to the close of this session, which has been very, very engaging. The key takeaway is that the coasts and the inland waters have a lot of potentials within them. There could be challenges, but beating those challenges are something which is continuous. And the regulatory agencies are doing their best in the circumstances to ensure that what needs to be done is done. So at this point in time, I want to just say a big thank you to all the panelists. Please a round of applause for all of them. Dr. George Mogalu of the National Inland Waterways Authority, Honorable Emmanuel Jime of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Mr. Damilola Emmanuel of the Lagos Waterways Authority, Otumba Akimboboye of Lacampine Tropicana, and Mrs. Rollins McFoy. Thank you very much for your contributions this afternoon.
And our sincere thanks to you, Dr. Emeka Akabogu, our session chair. Please appreciate him as they rise for a group photograph right behind the logo over there. Solutions all round, action points to take, decision makers here. Someone might ask why we keep talking and advocating. We continue because until we say a thing, it's difficult to do it. So we keep saying until we do. Thank you so much, sir. Please hold on. Other members of the governing board of Nims are coming up. I see Mrs. Margaret Orakusi. Engineer Greg Obefun is also here. They're coming up to join this photo session. Welcome back, ma'am. We missed you earlier today, but we know you had an assignment elsewhere. Yes. The MD, MPA, oh, he's also here. Mr. Coco, please join in this session. I didn't realize he had walked back into the room. Thank you. Whichever way, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you.
Sorry about
Okay, it's a good day to smile. This is still day 2 of the Nigerian International Maritime Summit, where we've been discussing igniting the blue economy. Earlier this morning, we discussed financing assets, ports and shipyards, and then this afternoon, we've talked about high seas to hinterlands, opportunities and challenges in harnessing the blue economy. I do strongly believe that more photos will continue. But before we go into the full photo session, I'd like to welcome Ms. Foluke Akim-Oladun, who will read to us the communique as it is right now. She comes from the Secretariat at the Nigerian International Maritime Summit, Nims. Please receive Foluke Akim-Oladun with me. Thank you.
His Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the communique of the Nigerian International Maritime Summit titled Igniting the Blue Economy. The summit took place from the 21st to the 22nd of November 2022. It was a hybrid conference that had in-person participation in Lagos Oriental Hotel, while other delegates joined in virtually. The summit had about 400 persons as delegates physically and about 600 delegates online. The theme, Igniting the Blue Economy, demonstrated Nigeria's capacity as a regional maritime superpower that needs to be conscious of its domestic, regional, and international responsibilities. In addition, the summit showcased the intellectual resource that Nigeria is blessed with in the maritime domain. The summit was organized by the Federal Ministry of Transportation and its agencies in collaboration with the Nigerian International Maritime Summit, which is a coalition of Nigeria's private sector under a broad-based industry. Nims Governing Board and Advisory Council is constituted of stakeholders in ship operations, port management, finance, and professional services. The summit commenced with the opening remarks of Prince Ademola Adegoroye, Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Transportation, Nigeria, and the welcome address by the chairperson of the governing board, Nims, Mrs. Mfong Ekong Usoro. Goodwill messages were given by a host of distinguished dignitaries, and the keynote address was given by the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Mr. Kintak Lim, and the summit was formally opened by His Excellency Alhaji Muazu Jaji Sambo, the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Federal Ministry of Transportation. The summit featured about 30 speakers and panelists sharing their wealth of knowledge and experience in 5 sessions, including a side event where the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, His Excellency Ketak Lim, parleyed with the leadership of women in maritime and interrogated the issues of gender diversity in the international maritime industry. These are the communique resolutions. Number 1, convinced that the preservation of the world's ecosystem through the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships is critical for the Nigerian maritime environment in her quest to ignite the blue economy. Number 2, perturbed by the lack of technical capacity and availability of finance in Nigeria and other African nations to meet IMO's decarbonization targets. Number 3, realizing the blue economy potentials requires an appreciation of the need to develop human resource and capacity of the Nigerian shipping industry. And number 4, concerned about the limited understanding of Nigeria's maritime domain and her domain governance infrastructure in the light of the country's earning potential from the maritime and admiralty activities. Number 5, worried about the deficiency of up-to-date port facilities and ship repair yards in the country to build the country's maritime infrastructure. 6, desirous of harnessing the wealth of the waters and financing maritime assets to address the development needs and challenges of the Nigerian and wider African maritime industry in the context of various funding arrangements that are available both domestically and internationally. 7, sobered by the apparent lack of political will that has bedeviled the maritime industry in time past and the adverse effect to the contribution of the industry as a non-oil sector contributor to Nigeria's GDP. And 8, conscious of the identification and review of relevant policies and institutional capacity building mechanisms that are needed for a clear roadmap on harnessing Nigeria's blue economy, conferees and delegates at the Nigerian International Maritime Summit 2022 from both the public and the private sector have conferred, discussed, and reviewed all these issues, hereby make the following recommendations. Number 1, there is a need to develop a national action plan with an implementation strategy for the Nigerian blue economy. For this, regional and cross-border partnerships are necessary for the implementation, and those partnerships should be identified, approached, and collaborations developed. Number 2, decarbonization, automation, and digitalization are all critical to shipping's future, and Nigeria should leverage on its membership in the International Maritime Organization to partner with the IMO for the development of an efficient port community system for the West and Central Africa region. Number 3, Nigeria must continue to increase her maritime capacities by harnessing new technologies in addressing safety, cybersecurity risks, the impact on the environment, and improvement of personnel both on board and ashore. Number 4, there should be a Ministry of Maritime Resources that will ensure that maritime-related matters addressed at the Federal Executive Council are addressed at the Federal Executive Council level, where national development policies have a faster response time in terms of approvals. Number 5, there is a need to have Maritime Special Spaces Authority that will address all aspects of the blue economy, thereby reducing intersectoral and interagency conflict, budgetary allocation, and have a single purse for receiving revenue generated through the activities of the authority, I beg your pardon. Number 6, there is a need to have development goals, zones with clear legal framework for maritime operators addressed to cover specific areas in the maritime industry. Number 7, there is a need to collaborate with coastal communities for human capacity development to prevent the recruitment pool for piracy and increase wealth creation in those communities. Number 8, there is a need for political will for a sustainable development of Nigeria's maritime assets. This is because no investor will invest in a long-term capital-intensive sector like the maritime sector without assurances of life, property, and investment. The political will need to be tangible and effectively shown. Number 9, there are various financial models and funding options that the government and private sector can harness to increase Nigeria's maritime assets. The market and the resources are available, and this makes project finance a viable option. However, the government has to deliberately make policies to encourage funding into shipyards and port development. Number 10, automation and rail, along with the implementation of cabotage, is required for the maximization of the blue economy. This is on the background of the international trend towards multimodal transport, and Nigeria, aspiring to be a transshipment hub in Africa under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, needs to make this a front burner issue. Number 11, research and data are important for a better understanding of the inland waterways market, infrastructure, immediate and future demands in Nigeria. Therefore, there is a need for empirical data to be gathered on the activities of the inland waterways, as this will inform investment in navigable waters, which in the navigable inland waterways, which are about 10 times the length of Nigeria's coastline. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ms. Foluke, for the very detailed communique. I believe I'll welcome Dr. Emeka Akabogu to say a vote of thanks before we are on our way. Please appreciate her with another applause as we also welcome Dr. Akabogu. For those who are already asking how to get copies of the communique, for those who are registered through your emails, you will get copies, and I know it will be on our website in due course. If there's more information, we'll hear from Dr. Akabogu.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Thank you very much for your patience, your participation, and your involvement at this year's Nigeria International Maritime Summit. This summit, the second in its series, and the foundation for a good deal for what will be done for this industry, was initiated for the purpose of ensuring that the industry creates value for itself. For many years, we've had situations where we have complaints about the state of the industry. But then the industry can only redeem itself through operators in the industry. And that is why we want to use the opportunity of this summit to engage with one another, engage through business-to-business coalitions, through business-to-government interface, through government-to-government coordination, and overall ensure that we're able to create value through the outcomes of these interfaces. And that's the essence of this summit. We're very happy that this vision, driven by the private sector, is being keyed into by the government. We had participation from government enterprises last year, and this year the Federal Ministry of Transport had done us given us the significant support of ensuring that all the agencies of the ministry were part of this event through payment, for instance, for the halls and our banqueting. And for that, we're very grateful to the Ministry of Transport and all its agencies. Please, a round of applause for them, please. The success of this event is based essentially on collaborations. So this event is a collaborative initiative of the industry, driven by operators across a range of industry subsectors. So we do have a governing board, and we do have an advisory council, and we do have a continuous interface with governments at the very highest levels. So very directly, I'd like to thank the members of the governing board for the Nigeria International Maritime Summit for ensuring that this year's event took place successfully. I'd like to mention the chairperson, as she likes to be called, of the governing board, Ms. Mfoy Konsoro, who, as we have seen in the last couple of days, has, despite being constrained, has been able to physically be around for the 2 days of the summit. So we do extend our sincere appreciations to her. And to all other members of the governing board, including Mrs. Margaret Arakwasi of Mobod. Please, a round of applause. Engineer Greg Ogbeifo of STARS. And Princess Vicky Hastrop of ENL, who's traveling out of the country later this week. In addition, we thank the members of our advisory council headed by Mr. Aminu Umar of Sea Transport Services. As a coalition, thank you very much, Aminu Umar, if you're here. As a coalition, these persons represent and engage with a range of other industry stakeholders who we are partnering with among the ship owning sectors, the ship agency, the marine surveyors, marine engineering, the cargo owners and cargo charterers, and a range of other industry subsectors. Every single person is a contributor, and we extend our very sincere appreciation. This year, we were able to get the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization to come to Nigeria for the first time in more than a decade. We're very happy and we're very grateful to the IMO for acceding to our requests in this regard, and extend our thanks to a very strong team from the IMO for facilitating this. But beyond that, we have to thank our very indefatigable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, without whom many of this would not have been possible. Dr. Ajani gave us the government support that was necessary, not just to ensure the participation of the IMO, but also to ensure the participation of all the agencies of the ministry and all other agencies of government. Like here, we still have this afternoon with us the Chief of Naval Staff, represented by Rear Admiral Olugbode. Thank you very much for coming. We have the Nigerian Customs Services still here with us at the close of this event. We have the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority represented and fully participating in this event, and a range of other government agencies outside the Ministry of Transport that provided support in terms of logistics, in terms of content, and in terms of participation. Now, I close by also thanking the organizers of the summits. We've had an excellent team put together by ARS Conference Services, that ensured that our hall is beautiful, our hybrid transmissions are proceeding excellently, our registration is seamless, and that we have a good time. So thank you very much to all of them. Finally, may I say that we need the cooperation of the entire industry for us to be able to proceed organically, collaboratively, and to add value. In this regard, every subsector of the industry is important, and every subsector of the industry is relevant to ensure that value is multiplied within. We want to beseech the industry to cooperate with us, with ideas, with participation in the initiatives, which are not just annual, but which occur as regularly as is required. If you do have ideas, please key into it. If you do receive the communique, do make your comments so that we're able to engage with the government actively going forward. Finally, before I go, I do see here, still we have representation from the National Assembly who will be keenly involved as we proceed with ensuring that outcomes from this event are implemented. So I do thank them for their participation and encourage that we all together take the industry forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The event is now closed.
Dr. Emeka Akabogu, member of the governing board, Nims, we appreciate you very warmly for appreciating us all. Distinguished guests, before we leave, may we rise and recite together the second stanza of the Nigerian national anthem as we leave, this being our prayer at heart, ensuring that the Lord will guide us. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. I know members of the governing board here will take a few photographs. Please come forward to the middle. I know there are a number of people who are interested in taking photographs together.
A very important group that we want to thank that I just missed. All delegates, thank you for making this event possible. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bayomi, we need you to coordinate a few photographs here, please. For those who are very interested, members of the governing council, Dr. Akabogu, Engineer Greg, we know that there are some personalities who will still want to take some photographs together. This is that time. Thank you all. Some soft music, please. Thank you. Dragon? Dragon? Soft music.